very costly for CYBERSHOKE here. And once again, they're going to have a buy with a few weaknesses. With not necessarily all the bells and whistles in terms of weaponry, and it gives the chance for G2 if they can strike back here. Yeah, we're gonna have some real interesting conversations about what this money's looking like. A couple of players can invest. The rest of the team, the main brunt, won't be able to if everyone gets taken down. So first weapon round between both these teams. Early util traded down towards middle, but CYBERSHOKE aren't going to be rushing their way out just yet. Finally starting to set things into motion as this utility fades. And mid will be able to be taken with no one directly holding it. But Hitori's taking a bit of good space over towards A main.
Hitori, that's a nice opener. I think G2Airs, obviously, they've dealt a fair bit of damage financially to this CYBERSHOKE side. But if they don't win this round, it's kind of like, well, what was the point? Play-in could have found EXUP there, but didn't decide to fully peek. Oh, I don't love this kind of evacuation of the B bomb site. We're seeing kind of all 5 players for G2S looking to take space in middle, and look, you know what? They'll get mid, but that's all they'll really get for it. They've lost so much control. They can get themselves back on the B bomb site in time, though, that being the really key factor. And with just a flashbang and a HE grenade, the bomb's going to get caught here. Surely the bomb's going to get caught. Shine. He's going to make his way into cave. Poor flashbang. In me will find his Lebio, though, and the flank from Shine coming through, and then Armatori gets a double. I get found here, all on the angle though. Really nice round out of G2S.
And that was the round that they really did need, just to look to see if they can bring this game pretty swiftly back to a neutral standpoint. Has to be this buy from CYBERSHOKE. A couple of players do need to go for this force buy. The fact that we end up seeing a couple of kills at the end from Dan Armatura. I think technically he could have ecoed, but when you got half your team that sort of need force, half that can eco, you're in this weird limbo. CYBERSHOKE, they are going to be going for it. If the lead score is 1 AK, a bit of money saved. Maybe before they open one of these later rounds, but TAC aggressing. Let's be cautious. AK on the other side of things, and TAC will just back up, thinking better of maybe giving up another weapon to the T side.
Obviously, SqueezeXC's kept a little bit of money in play in this one. Don't love the idea behind it, especially with the rest of his team fully investing. Tori taking a little bit of damage. I'll just drop the smoke.
CYBERSHOKE going to be waiting this one out. I mean, there was a brief moment where that B-bomb actually looked a little vulnerable, with TAC being close by towards ramp, Hitori quite aggressive in cave. Could have maybe seen one of those 2 players go down, and they were the only 2 defenders. Maybe a quick swarm on towards the bomb site. Double nade sends, dealing a lot of damage.
I love this bait and switch. This is brilliant.
It just mows them down. It's not going to be able to find. And G2, that's them doubling down. And this should be an easy 3-3 scoreline now in response to CYBERSHOKE's first 3.
Obviously aided heavily by the fact that even in the 2 rounds that G2S lost, they kept it super, super competitive, kept their opponent's finances at bay, and now they're going to be the ones in such financial strength with this just being this eco. I say eco, there's a couple Tech 9s invested. Twisters are already deep towards bucket.
Obviously not having high expectations for this round, but that's the thing. Even in rounds where we thought similar things of G2's buys, they still managed to bring it so close and deal a ton of damage. That's the heaviest weapon gone. Tech 9 armor removed. Literally is just Glocks remaining. Finding anything filled was difficult now, which is exactly what G2 want. The fact that already their economy is looking pretty decent. If they can keep 5 alive, considering there's 4 rifles, there's that AWP as well, still a bit of utility. Not need to be much of an investment, reinvestment in the next. So we can actually see G2 kick on with a really good economy if you just find these 3 Glocks remaining. They are leaning on over here towards A. You've got Shine and Dittori with this A setup, and
it's a brilliant A setup. This is just never going to go anything but well. Time on this Molly as well. It's going to force them forward. They have spotted out the AK. Okay, well, Molly's forced them forward. Shine. Great flashbang. How has this gone so badly? They do still keep 3 players alive, but it is just against some Glocks and a Tech 9.
I mean, in that 3v5, it was literally just Glocks. Yeah, a bit surprised it ended up getting. I mean, as costly as it did, still you got 3 players alive. Your economy will grow, but yeah, it could have maybe been done a little better there. But a 3-3 scoreline. Obviously, this is CYBERSHOKE's map pick here on Ancient. Map that they've been flying pretty high on recently. They've got 80% win rate in 10 games played.
Fast A, I love this. Love this call from CYBERSHOKE Prospect. Sorry to jump in there, but just a speedy play towards B, towards A. They're looking to get the bomb plant early on. Oh, I don't like this plant. It's going to get spammed.
Don't exactly know where they planted it. That's why they changed their mind as to where the bomb plant position is going to be.
Oh, they boosted 2 players up. Resmoking CT. Really would have felt that Donut would have been a better resmoke, but Shine pushing forward now. Hittori spots 1, but on find 2 there. Shine, he'll get 1 pick, caught on the reload. Just needs to get, well, I was going to say 1 bullet to the body, but somehow he's the one that gets the kill. Twister, so heavily looking to try and get the headshot, doesn't realize how low he is.
The fast A will work. CT survived the bomb radius.
Shine didn't take any damage. They updated that then.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's been a thing for a little while now.
Yeah.
It's still, obviously, basically towards Red Room near enough, and yeah, from 8 HP, have no issues.
Quite like it.
I
do
was
quite
kind
like
of
it.
from the get-go. Now dislike it more and more. I kind of
You're
like,
seeing what you're seeing players just save.
I think it's a lot less punishing.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe that's a good thing. Who knows? Orb will ring out early. CYBERSHOKE losing a man. As it goes down. But equally, there's another kill being found. The cave player just peeking on out. Uppy gonna be under pressure here, but in fact his AWPer takes the weight off of his shoulders. And will slip back past the flames before they trap him in towards that cheater position. Usually can be slipped from the tees, but they're getting picked apart here. Hittori finds the final 2, and from a good round after a fast A pop, G2 just fully bring things back into their wheelhouse and say, no, look, this is how we're going to win our rounds. We win it with 5 survivors. It's not going to be scrappy. It's not going to get chaotic. It's going to be clean. And they assert some real dominance there on that one. Obviously, spoke about the 80% win rate that CYBERSHOKE have on this map. Equally, G2, they've got 67%, just shy of that mark. 9 games played on a 3-map win streak as well. All of which have come a little bit closer, but still managing to get them over the line. It's already opening kill found from here, and this is just a half fight. The hero AK, but only 1 man down. They'll be able to find that one. Matura as well gets 1 more. So advantage actually flips over towards CYBERSHOKE's favour. Flashbang sent as Hittori takes this space.
Oh, wow. As Lebio finds Hittori. Hittori goes very early there. The player in middle. It felt like the retake was kind of... I guess it was just not really well thought through there from Hittori.
I mean, issue is because it was really split. And you have players like XRP, who are kind of far out of the round with no real way to break into Donut alone. It looked like to me that they were trying to get Hitori in, him find a kill somewhere, wherever it be on the player that obviously took him down, wherever it was someone towards sort of the big box, so it draws attention away from mid to allow other players to activate. Because if you don't have a Molotov and you're alone towards Donut, it feels really daunting to try to clear out that angle alone. So it looks like G2 just tried to maybe create a bit more space for their team in other positions, but at the end of the day, sometimes it's reliant on finding the kills, and it didn't work out on that occasion. But it's remaining back and forth in these last few. CYBERSHOKE taking the lead once again, but without much sort of dominance or commanding effect in this one whatsoever.
I think obviously for G2Airs, the one issue that they do have going into the second half is from what we've seen from their Ancient, their T side has been pretty poor, hasn't it? You know, they've got a 66% win rate on this map, but a vast majority of the time, Charlie, it's because they show so much dominance on this CT side, and the fact that we haven't really had that, that's somewhat worrying, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it plays on out. They played against Mego Short recently, had a pretty decent T side on that occasion. Yeah, not always poor, but it's not necessarily a side that they're ridiculously confident at. Twisters does find the first kill, but very quickly the Orb once again manages to find a kill back.
I think it's, honestly, Charlie, I think it's their games in like May that are really kind of messing, or early May, that are messing with their stats. Obviously, it's quite a while ago that they've played, just in general. They played one game of, or one map of Ancient in nearly 2.5 months, so nearly 2 months. It kind of says it all. v3. Denarmatura. He spotted the AWP rounding this corner. Just needs to be cautious about middle. Is he going to go? You're not going for the knife kill. Surely you're not going for the knife kill here. Oh, is he? There's one. Shine could get caught here. He will. And he leaves TAC in a 1 versus 3. Money's still in a pretty decent spot here for G2Airs, which is the important thing.
He is having a bit of a look in. As soon as he's spotted, though, that's going to be the rest of the team sort of being more fixated on this bomb side. TAC trying to dodge the flash, not quite ready. Playing to be swinging out like that. But that's the thing. Playing was a little bit split. He was starting to maybe look out towards middle. I'll have a bit of a look here, but as soon as we see TAC spotted, that's where you're going to have all the attention drawn on towards the bomb site. 2 rounds remaining of this first half. Certainly has been an enlightening first 10 rounds or so. Definitely didn't quite expect things to go out this way. But it's nice to see neither team massively dominating.
I don't think we're
CYBERSHOKE win those first 3 rounds, but all of which came right down to the wire before G2 were able to sort of come up with their own string of rounds. But since then, there's been no real certainty in anything. This base over towards the B lane has been taken. G2 quickly rotating away from A, realizing they might have got the wrong call about things. But CYBERSHOKE could start playing with their food now.
Honestly, Charlie, I don't look at this game and think for one moment that we would have seen a dominant kind of set of rounds from either team. I think this was always going to be a close game. It's always going to be a back and forth. Oh, we've had 5 kills in about 2 seconds.
Still a minute on the clock. I'm sure where will they decide to head to? Both players split for now as we see the York look to rejoin and play inside. As he might actually look to get a bit adventurous in the meantime, starting to clear out this space over towards B. Both CTs nearby, one of which being this AWP. One overstep for play and will cost him his life. Hack goes down, and seeing the jump across, he is not ready for the AWP at all. I mean, he hits double digits now in this game. Honestly, with the AWP on Ancient, he's actually impressed me quite a bit. He's been really good at getting opening kills. I believe he's found the most opening kills of anybody in the server so far. Feels like he's having a lot of impact. Which isn't always easy to do with the AWP on Ancient. Sometimes can feel a little bit out of it, or you want to see your AWP get involved more, even though it's never exactly something that they can majorly be the dictating piece of. But yeah, he's been really key. It feels like for G2's sort of resurgence, if you will, back on this map. But another faster look towards A. This is far from being the majority of CYBERSHOKE, and they actually get this space out towards the bomb site. If it wasn't for the nade of the smoke and another opening kill from the enemy, they actually have that bomb site, but they kind of give up a lot of room.
Still going to be displayed towards B, obviously, but you know, he needs to be cautious there. Could have been caught. Attack will find. Squeeze it, see. It's all coming over now. Being set up here for Twister. Another flash coming through. You know, half blinded. Nice finds here though. And 6 for 6 half is the expectation. I think it's a fair assessment of this half. I don't think either team will be sat there disappointed with 6. Certainly allows for a bit of an open-ended finish here on map number 1.
Yeah, not probably the one round where I'm not particularly impressed by the call from CYBERSHOKE. I don't think they realized how much room they would have actually had out towards A. They look like they wanted to show the bomb as well as one other player, because there's no way that was going to be the actual commitment with the bomb going down when you had 3 players out over towards B. But I think if they actually committed 2 more players there, like I said, if it wasn't for the AWP needing the smoke to find the opening kill, they have the bomb site. They would have a bomb plant. Sure, they wouldn't have the space towards Donut or anything, but they could have quite easily had a 5v5, 5v4, whatever post plant, and maybe a conversation could be had in that round. But CYBERSHOKE, G2 actually looked like they kind of thought it was a bluff from the start, so they never actually rotated anyone away from that B bomb site. Pissed around. Be a massive helping hand to both sides. A lot of bodies here for CYBERSHOKE over towards B. We will have mid being taken. The Dane has been spotted on the cross.
It's a
and
nice
kill
find.
comes through.
Bomb site's still open. Can just go and plant. No ooh, there is a defuse kit. Hidden from me. There. Twister's got a kit and a smoke.
Bound. Smoke being dropped on this bomb. Hack gets a dink onto the bomb diffuser, but no one can quite get the angle right. No one's getting a chance. Hack might live, but the round goes against him. As he fighting his way for survival, and will manage to keep his Glock and armor in play. But it's CYBERSHOKE, that's them winning both pistols here on Ancient, and once again put themselves on top. One thing that's actually probably a little surprising, maybe not, is considering this game has been very back and forth, G2 have never actually found themselves on top. They have always been trailing this game. Sure, they've had a couple of score lines like 3-3, 4-4, 6-6, where they've been dead even, but they've never found themselves one step ahead. And at least for now, I'm going to have to wait a little longer to do that, but a force buy and a hit out towards mid. They go 2 for 1. This could be their chance to once again level things up and maybe even more off of it. M4 rotating in. Rezik's only actually found himself 1 kill, make that 2 now of the entire map.
That's a team nade that. We'll be able to get the plant, but there's going to be a speedy play through Donut. Oh, they can catch him though!
As G2 indeed leveling things up, forced by war successful. And the chance for them potentially actually go on to take that lead that has been eluding them the whole time. look at the force buy of CYBERSHOKE, this is a far cry to what G2 had to fight with, but a really good call, catching off players in that mid push, just as we see the M4 spam the smoke. He's desperately reloading while watching his teammate fall around him. And CYBERSHOKE, yeah, I mean, the prospects might just need to make some sort of gamble somewhere. Utility lined up and thrown out. Still no first casualty for either side just yet. Twister sneaking behind these two players.
Really good timing for Twister.
It's not going to matter because we're seeing CYBERSHOKE rotate away.
Shine gets this kill as well. Okay, well, it's important that we do see this pick come through because they're just going to drop the molly now towards Rampant. Yes, you might have a player super deep towards Temple, but still not going to be the perfect scenario.
Play and find a pick on towards Tank. 20 seconds remaining. Shelby needs this find. Matura with a pick. The MP9 has caused a bit of chaos. Hitori needs to plant this bomb. Actually allowing the plant to come down, but Twister just creeps closer in. CYBERSHOKE will deny G2 taking the lead. And it feels like, what do these guys have to do? I mean, losing to that buy is disappointing. Because sure, their force buy, they had utility to work with, but CYBERSHOKE's force buy really felt like the scraping the bottom of the barrel. Well, now we get to see G2's force buy once again. 3 rifles, Big 9 and a Mac 10 as they lean over towards a fast A-pop. Util rains down. Hitori will be just lurking towards middle. And it's actually attack from range, finding a kill through that smoke. Matura, that's a good pick with the MP9, denying this bomb, and these smokes, when they fade, there won't be utility left for this D-side. Another kill found from the smokes. Playing this time on towards Shine. Hitori is this flank, but he's being watched every now and again by one of the CTs.
Prospects. Oh, with that kill, this round should be found, especially with the information of the one in middle. They can just swing into the site. Enemy will get one, but easily traded. And Armatura should just wait and let his teammates take contact. There we go. Playing nice triple here.
Nine to 7 with a 10th inbound. Forced by war goes the way of CYBERSHOKE. Puts them a fair few rounds on top as long as Disaster doesn't strike in this one. And being on their map pick, not that it majorly feels like this is only a good map for CYBERSHOKE. We already pointed out that this series, all 3 maps, are expecting good signs from both teams. This gets a bit weird. Twister sitting in that smoke will back away. In fact, just as Hitori does on the other side of things. MP9 does a ton of damage, but we'll call it quits from there. And Glocks still remain behind this smoke towards B main. Or he's gone on a bit of a journey out towards A. He has been spotted. Once again, back away as finally the Glocks make their move, and to no avail. All flat. Story's being heard, will be found. finally Twister gets his kill that he's been waiting for a long time. He was the one that first did all the damage, but as expected, CYBERSHOKE up to 10. Money's been building. 3 away from that finish line.
Yeah, and I think this is where G2S, we touched upon the fact that their T side has been a bit of a troublesome one in the past, and look, maybe it was just the fact that okay, they just had a bit of poor form, but it is quite clear that this side are struggling on their T sides. It wasn't just that one-off, that game that messes with the stats. It's clear their T sides need some work.
Two. We're going over towards a bomb site. It seems bomb is still on Shine's back. He's going to be lining up and sending a bit of utility while we still have this lurk on the other side of things. Smoke thrown in towards his donut. This is the deeper smoke, which allows the T's to take a bit more space. Molotov will be sent out from Armatura, but he backs away almost into that smoke, but still just about surviving. Twister, first blood for him.
Oh, the
Molotov
molly
drop on the bomb site isn't going to stop the plant at all.
I thought that molly was going to cause some problems. There's still 2 smokes, a flashbang for this retake, and Plane will find one. Hittori through the smoke takes down Deslevio. Squeezix. Hittori. Tackle get one, but traded out, and really nice retake again. CYBERSHOKE prospects, they're looking really good. Charlie, you touched upon it right at the start of the series. This team, they're very high ranked. I think they're higher ranked than the main team, I'm pretty sure you mentioned. Yeah. There's a reason for that. They look really, really compelling. The individuals, you look at these little 1v1s, it just feels like in so many moments, Shine's got the kind of the intel, he's got the information, and he still loses that fight. And I just think little moments like that just really showcase how good this CYBERSHOKE prospects team are.
Yeah, been making a fair few deeper runs
Yeah.
at events these last few months. A lot of second place, unfortunately. He managed to get one over the line recently, and that was their last event coming into this one, so you know that this is going to be a team full of confidence. But like I said, they haven't always played against the best opposition. You can look at some of their games and think, yeah, there's a couple of good teams in there, but you'd like to see them up against some of the best, and that's what they're starting to do here, and will be doing if they make it to the playoffs. But this is a shutdown, it seems, of this E-bomb site. All 5 CTs are here now.
Yeah, it's great reactive utility as well. The flashbang just denying any sightlines from the players emerging up towards top ramp, and 5 survivors. It kind of says it all. With that being the full investment from G2, as they are going to have a buy in this one. Hittori does have an AK, bit of a hedged bets approach from Hittori. The rest of his team invested. He went with a Tech 9. And yeah, that feels like 13-7 should be the outcome. 13's going to be found by CYBERSHOKE prospects. Surely they're not going to lose 5 in a row. I just don't see it happening.
I mean, they haven't lost 5 in a row at any point in this map so far. The most they've lost in a row is 3. Feels like this is their map for the taking. Dust 2 potentially looming over G2 as the only other chance to bring back and win this series if things continue like they are now, when the buy isn't particularly getting much better from the T's.
As we said though, Charlie, all 3 maps are formidable maps for both these teams. There's no real excuse. We're never going to be sat here saying, oh, well, you know, one team only won.
On the day, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Nice opener though. They found Deslevio. Positioning here looks really good. Plane, he'll find the bomb carrier. Deep position for Hittori, and Plane's been found by Tack. So this will be a 4v2. G2S, they should get their 8th round here, unless if things go so wrong. And that'll be an easy find. Then Armatura trying to get this late trade. Oh, what is that? That is brilliant from CCT.
Well, 4 more needed still for G2 to bring things to OT. I mean, that is it for them. It is overtime or dust too. Winning things in regulation here. Still more than enough money for CYBERSHOKE to invest. It'll be the same story in the next. Maybe even the same story in the round after that, to be honest. 1 for 1 out in middle. Advantage given over thanks to Twister's kill. The awful find and blink and you miss it moment there. From a 1 for 1 in middle to 4 quick kills coming out of nowhere from the CT side. And it is CYBERSHOKE prospects. They can win things in a 13-8 fashion. Pretty close game there for a fair chunk of time. But as soon as we moved on to the second half, we obviously saw CYBERSHOKE win that pistol. G2 win the force buy. And you start to think, okay, that close nature is going to continue. But from there on out, CYBERSHOKE, they win a force back and they never look back from there.
Yeah, look, exactly. CYBERSHOKE, just a ridiculous game from them. That CT side was absolutely brilliant. It's so clear as to why they confidently picked Ancient, even though it's a map that G2S have shown successes on the past. Look, it's now come to Dust 2. It's a map that, yes, it is the pick of G2S. As I've said, though, feels like vetoes aren't really the factor that's going to change. It's going to be the individuals. And we saw it today. We saw it kind of just from literally from the get-go. Dinamatora, triple kill in the pistol. Quad kill from, I believe it was Deslebio. I think he got a quad kill the next round. We knew that the individuals were going to be such a factor here today. And I think they were just better on the side of CYBERSHOKE prospects. So G2S, they've got about 10-15 minutes before Dust 2 does commence. Obviously, they have to win it. Otherwise, they will lose out in the series. But before we get to Dust, Charlie, we're going to be jumping to a break.
Heavy section. No limits. Break it. No silence. Shake it. No borders. Take it. 1 X. Heavy guitar. 808 kick. Crowd in the dark starts.
1x bit. It'll be ace.
1X bit.
You need to throw this double HE on Ancient for a free kill. You and your duo have to position here. This guy has to aim here while the other one aims here. Then you both jump throw the HE at the same time. And that's how you absolutely destroy any CTs staying at cave entrance. If you want to do this with your bro, invite him to your team at Metastack. This way you two will never forget your free ELO plays and you can always find new ones in seconds. Only at metastack.gg.
And another. He's got full control of the A side. Who needs the stack?
3 kills, make it 4. The last one left is ZywOo. ZywOo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Looking to cut down Viper. ZywOo 3 kills into this 1v5. If he can. The best.
In the action we go now. Second map of the series. CYBERSHOKE Prospects obviously victorious on map number 1. It was back and forth. It was a very close first half, 6-6 obviously. And it felt like the game would continue. But once we saw CYBERSHOKE Prospects move to that CT side, they established that level of dominance. They won 6 out of the first 7 rounds. It just felt like it was always going to go their way, didn't it? And obviously massively helped out by players like Dinamatora. I think Deslebio played really well as well. So they're 2 players certainly to watch in this one. Squeezix, he did a really tough game on map number 1, and things have kind of started similarly.
Yeah, not the greatest display that we've seen, which is a bit of a shock, honestly, considering how good his rating has been in the last couple of months. So, hoping to see a bit more from him in this one.
I think it's going to be a B play. Dinamatora has to go huge because look where his teammates are. They're dealing with players towards A. It's going to be 3 versus 3. They need to try and catch the bomb carrier, but unable to do so. Twist will find one. Twister gets one. Tack with a quick pick onto playing. Oh, Tack, I love the confidence. He will find it. And now it's on Deslebio. Needs to get the first. That's a quick kill, but Tack with a quad kill. What a pistol out of Tack.
Yeah, needed a hero G2. Finally, they break the curse for losing all the pistols. Able to win one there. It felt like it was actually going to go CYBERSHOKE's way when we saw the player who tried to maneuver towards Carby and take him down in that 3-on-3. But Tack just knowing that, look, I'm going to take the fight to the CTs and just sort of coming out on top of every single gunfight that came in his way. Forced by, unsurprising, seen plenty of them today. Ready, and we've got a Mag 7, which I'm kind of down to see.
Bit of a rarity, right?
Got to actually watch it a few times in South America, but
That's different.
probably about 5 different times in the last, maybe more like 3 different times in the last couple of weeks. Didn't actually see a single one of them fire a bullet. So I'm hoping we at least get to see a bullet fired off today. I'd be very disappointed. It feels like every time they either instantly swapped it with another weapon or they would kill before they could ever fire a shot. I didn't even feel like I got to see the weapon, you know? Couple of shots fired off in mid here, though, from the scout. Nothing connecting. A lot of players actually positioned nearby, though, for CYBERSHOKE.
Dinamatora, his positioning's great for a Mag 7. I feel like he's just destined to get a kill. The only thing that might go against him is, dare I say it, range. It feels like if he doesn't hit a headshot, he won't even get a kill. Flank from Twister has gone very poorly, but this should indicate that actually a play 4 days, the better goal, the better decision. Nice find from Squeezix. Mag 7, there we go. We will get 1 damage onto the next. Kill confirmed by Squeezix. What a round. He's found 3 kills plus damage. And playing will find shine. What a response.
Yeah, I mean, great couple of finds with the tag there. I mean, look, we were speaking about this guy not necessarily having a great map number 1. Pretty difficult time. It was a long old instance before he actually found his 2nd kill of the map. Managed to at least turn things around towards the end, finish with 5. I mean, it's still not great. 5 in 16, certainly one of the games to forget. But a moment like that where CYBERSHOKE probably needed a hero, funded so much success with that scout, continuing here as well, hanging down the AWP of G2. Enemy scout has been softened up as aggression from this MP9 and Twister. I don't know if there's a safe haven for you to back off into. Somehow evades the bullets. The scout helping out, take a bit of pressure away. Double nade sent into tunnels. Decent damage dealt. This scout starts to operate as an AWP against a few of these Ts. I mean, no first blood found anywhere. With a minute on the clock with G2 not having a huge amount of utility.
It's the tag of the Tech 9, and Lane just instantly drops the Molotov. It's going to be this play through A still, though, from the Tex. Oh, and it's just a swing. The swing's going to completely unsettle this, but Bane doesn't find a kill. Scout from SqueezeX. Had so much impact in this game already with the Scout. Able to change third MP9, which is a really good decision. All can be brought out if they want. But not opting for it. Okay.
Should be a 3-1 start now for CYBERSHOKE. Need little too early to connect onto these players, but there's going to be a lot of contact in tunnels, and look how easy this is. That might be one of the cleanest aces I've seen in a little while. Those first 3 with that spray, they went down instantly. Really great stuff there. And Armatura has impressed in a few instances here today, I think. A lot of impact in map number 1. Obviously, far from being the only play on CYBERSHOKE to help them get that over the line, but pretty much has been a consistent piece for this CYBERSHOKE side. Which is pretty strange considering numbers for him have been not the greatest in recent times. Obviously, he doesn't always have the best positions, but games like this today, I'm like, you know, if at least statistically this guy's your weakest piece, I think this team is pretty terrifying. Obviously, this is the first weapon round, though.
I think the G2 Airs, it's kind of, I say the round's got to come through already, Charlie. I just don't think it will. Low HP for EXUPay. No full control in middle, just a flash in, but that could go against them. There's Levio. Just going to drop the smoke. Space being taken here by Twister. Even more damage onto Hitori. There's no need for Twister to push here. We've seen a few instances where players will just go a little bit further than needed.
Twister's finding Hitori. He was already softened up, hit towards shorts. Both these players barely clinging on to life.
Yeah, this is going to be a CYBERSHOKE prospect round every day of the week, and playing's going to catch them. Oh, well. Oh, okay. Big kill there, but round is done.
It basically just keeps these two guns alive.
Say that. Then Armatura's hunting. He's got a flashbang as well. Could look to go on further if he wants, but isn't confident. This is a 4th round for CYBERSHOKE prospects. This is a very good start to the game. If I was G2 Airs, I'd be a little bit worried now because we are kind of still early in the game, but you've won the pistol and that is it. And it was from a tac quad kill.
Well, tactical pause now from G2 as this is their map pick. This is a must-win map for them, obviously, in this series. This is our opening game here, opening series of Europe Series 5. And obviously not going to be end of the world if either of these teams lose, but you really want to get off to a good foot. And basically show what you can do, because there's a few teams that probably still have a lot to prove in this Swiss stage, I think. A lot of rosters that are newly formed, that are coming together, that maybe have made a few recent changes. As well as obviously these two academy sides that still, there's a lot of eyes on as to say, what is your piece? What is the limit of this team? A lot of bigger rosters as well, going to be looking at some young players and saying, is there someone on these sides that we can maybe put up? So a lot of pressure on these young rosters now. Don't necessarily always have as much time as you'd like. So, yeah, events like this can be super important. That's a great catch. Twister completely caught off. Flames will find the third. He gets a double wallbang, but no one goes down. This is certainly confident here.
Don't love the double orb. It's going to be tough on this retake if the one goes down, but could have looked to try and deny the plant there. Levio will get one. There's a super long flank out of Hitori, but it's just a question of when is he going to activate. 99 health remaining on the 3, and I say on the 3, there's just one left, and Hitori's been spotted. This round is over.
Yeah, which is pretty rough. G2 did really well to actually catch off Twister there on the bomb site. He threw this Molotov, he was jump spotting, but he kind of missed the first one, and that's the danger of when you're relying on that jump spot. There is that brief sort of blind spot. Ended up catching out Twister, but Angel found one, did so much damage to both the Dane and the Finn. Brought them down really low, even though he didn't actually find anyone else, but it just continued to be piling even more damage onto these guys as Utah was sent in. 5-1. You said you're not sure about the double orb. So far, you can't really criticize it though, can you? It's found tons of impact in the last. Again, another opening kill here.
It's the type of game that where, honestly, like, I think Squeeze, if he can continue to have this level of impact, maybe it's just a thing of like, oh, well, I started off really well with a scout. We'll play the AWP, obviously try and get the AWP in play and have as much impact as possible. And I think Plane's maybe gone, okay, guess it's scope weapons that are working today. I wanna see what I can do.
Yeah, he fancies bringing one out as well, and I mean, why not? I mean, it feels like double AWPs, unfortunately, as a fellow AWP abuser, I love to see them as much as possible. Feels like you don't really see nearly as many double AWPs as you once did. It feels like basically any map 3 years ago now, you could see a ton of them. But yeah, not really becoming as potent. It feels like Dust 2 very much is kind of the one map where you consistently can bring it out. Sure, you can sometimes do it on others, but it feels more of a gimmick now, rather than having any longevity to it. As in, yeah, this is going to be our game plan from start to finish if we're winning rounds. Surprise that the mid hold actually falls that poorly. We were meant to see the swing from Dan Armatura straight after his teammate makes contact, but a slight bit of delay, a bit staggered in the approach, unravels, but double AWP's there to clean things up. 6-1. And we might have been delayed coming into today, but we're an hour into the actual Counter-Strike. And CYBERSHOKE, the way that they're playing, it feels like they've got places to be. They want this one to be done and dusted soon. G2 need to prove to us, prove to themselves right now as to can they compete with this CYBERSHOKE roster. We spoke about not seeing any head-to-head between these two teams, but despite maybe the odd similarity here or there. Both academy sides have a very good win rate in the last few months. Right now, CYBERSHOKE are just playing at a level that G2 cannot quite match.
No, of course not. And I think CYBERSHOKE, this is kind of what happens when they actually have, Squeezy performing. He had a really tough game on map 1, effectively non-existent. He went, what, 5-16? Maybe 5-15? I'm not 100% sure. I'll double check that now. But yeah, very little impact throughout that game. 5-16, 0.54 rating. Certainly not going to be the result of this game. Kills are working nicely, though, for G2S. They've got the man advantage. Feels like this should be around that they can keep relatively competitive. Oh, they dropped the bomb. Could have been caught there by Armatura, but he needs to get this kill. Oh, this Lebio, he's the one that finds the pick. Armatura keeping to the rock was certainly the right decision. He's got a smoke and a flash on Deslebio. Armatura's just picked up a flashbang himself. It's being held at the moment. Flashbang comes through. Oops. It's made known. Tag comes through. Denominator, if he can find the Tech 9, this would be huge. Being held. Great fight, and now information is shown on a Tech 9 at range, but the run and gun. He'll get the kill. Second round now for G2S.
Yeah, finally something goes their way.
About time to
find something else, but it's gonna need a lot more than that. You can't really have CYBERSHOKE fully running away with things in this first half. Still, more than enough chance that we could see them with a very one-sided looking first half here, as there's still more than enough money in play. Same goes for if they lose this round. Depending on saves, depending on double up decisions, could be even enough money in the tank for the next. Molotov spreads towards along. Finally, enemy will have to back away after being softened up to half HP. We've got a boost of the rifle and the AWP aggressive towards middle. I don't mind this from the CTs, but finally, AWP will back away just as the peak towards our tunnels comes through. No damage actually dealt to really anybody there.
I feel like this boost is going to go either so well or so awfully, and there we go.
All right.
Yeah.
AWP
That's
in
fine from
middle will actually
Squeeze.
win out.
See? Yeah, we got playing towards long as well.
I mean, keep your eye on Hitori here, because
Yeah,
there's a good
this is-
chance he goes down here. Has just swiveled back in time, but will lose his life. Not the most HP on CYBERSHOKE, but they do have enough money that they probably will back themselves.
Plenty of util as well. That's the important thing. Two players
Being
towards
sent
short.
up,
Great
into the
flash.
smoke.
Player needs to get in the action here. Can't just sit around and wait. How is... Well, player will find the XUPay.
Okay, so it will have to be a save now, obviously, but like you said, they can kind of keep them locked in. It will be a drop towards CT. We'll have to try to cross just as the CT's actually back away from holding it.
Barely any damage there from the bomb, actually.
Okay, but there's a couple in a row for G2, but I think maybe CYBERSHOKE trying a little bit too much with some of these boosts. Bought them out that time. The fact that Tack finds both alone. Haven't seen a huge amount from him since the pistol. Ooh, missed AWP shots here. Too many from Yanami. A lot of impact on map number 1, but 3 missed shots after CYBERSHOKE gave him plenty of chances.
CYBERSHOKE, they need to be a little bit worried about attacking middle. Trying to block the smoke. Good information, and Tack will get a freebie because of it. Excellent from Tack there.
AWP trained on the angle. Jiggle has been spotted. Just a bit of a timing shot coming out there. Nade will be sent in as the acceleration from the T's blinded off the angle. Wolfers are certainly struggling in this round, but for G2 rings on out. And CYBERSHOKE's 6-1 lead is certainly going to be evaporating. But once again, still a lot of money in the tank. They'll be able to buy up again in the next. Another kill will be seen. I mean, CTs are managing to deny G2 ever really having a clean round. Always finding picks on the exit.
Positioning here from Deslabia, cautious, but you will get one. Odds so heavily still in CYBERSHOKE's favour. You understand why. They're in the lead. They've already got a map up. They're 7 rounds away from closing out the series. Okay, well, first tack pause now for CYBERSHOKE prospects. I think they've recognised. Well, we've just given away 3 rounds. I say given away. I think it's well won from G2 Ares, but still, I feel like there is that slight recognition, that slight understanding of this game was very much ours, and now it's looking a little bit more even.
Yeah, obviously they won 6 rounds in a row, CYBERSHOKE. Yeah, probably losing early picks a little too cheaply in some of these last couple. They're back to the double AWP play. Have done a very good job in terms of keeping this money in a very strong spot for CYBERSHOKE. So with 2 rounds remaining, these guys will be able to buy for the rest of the half, even though they could potentially lose 5 in a row. The fact they wouldn't need to take a single eco is a big testament. Some good sort of financial management.
Of course.
They certainly don't want to lose 5 in a row and end up with a 6-6 half after being so heavily on top. 3 towards tunnels early for G2. Actually having a 4th player joining.
Dynamator, this is... I don't like this. I really don't like him just playing an open angle. Gonna get caught as Lebio gets traded there. It's just, what is the point of the double B setup if that's your game plan? Oh, Playing finds one through the smoke. It's a 3 versus 3. Enemy will catch off Twister. But yeah, I hate the idea of having a double B setup, and that is the double B setup. Just 2 players in the open. It seems so poor.
Yeah, let's suppose we've got a double up and not one of them is literally playing there. Just you to even hold that sideline if you think it is going to be something aggressive towards B. Yeah, it's only a bit of a surprise. We've got both the AWPs here, one of which being swapped over now, both of which being swapped. Molotov towards car. Tack has been hurt. They know exactly where Tack was.
Oh,
and somehow
wow.
they win the round. The defuse kit is on.
ridiculous.
Weezix here can manage to defuse it. CYBERSHOKE prospects. I mean, recovered somehow the impossible. It's the 2 players wielding the AWPs that do it. Playing with a massive kill on someone trying to cross in towards that bomb site. Delays the bomb plant as well for a little bit longer. 2 of them combine and manage to make things work really, really well. Molotov's thrown out, get all the information of Tack. It forces the player on the bomb site to swing. So Weezix just makes the noise, it allows playing to swing off of him. The 2 really using each other to very good effect there. So CYBERSHOKE prospects, worst case scenario, they're going to be walking into the second half on top. And G2 got a few weaknesses in their buy. You got a couple of Galils. Tack with not a huge amount of utility. Shine on a Tech 9 as well.
The fact that we've seen so many rounds in a row from G2 Airs, and already all it takes is a bit of a mismanaged 3v2. It's going to get 7 here for CYBERSHOKE prospects and 2 opening kills. We're expecting that 8-4. I think it's relatively clear that the double AWP for CYBERSHOKE prospects is clearly the answer, and what they just need to be doing in a vast majority of their games on Dust 2. But we understand it's not easy financially. Oh, look like Squeezix wanted to fire the shot there. Probably would have gotten a kill. It's going to look to peek. Oh, okay. Not confident to push through that.
I mean, no need. You're in a 5v3.
Yeah, what's the point? The risk to reward ratio just isn't there. We've got flashes on Dynamator and Zlebio.
Like
that smoke's going to fade in mid. That smoke is faded now. Does he just... Oh, it's the drop down. The drop down's what bakes him in. Oh, hit Tori. That's a nice double. Makes it 3. It is a 2 versus 2 now. 20 seconds. They have to go towards the B-bomb site. Smoke in the door. There's Lebio playing close to the smoke. I like the idea of this. He's going in the smoke now. Oh, they are never going to expect this. Oh, I was going to say free kill onto the AWP, but Tori gets off the bomb, so round is over. 8 found from CYBERSHOKE prospects.
Ooh, I mean, Tori certainly made things interesting there. Almost actually found Twist. I mean, look at the damage he did to him at the end. 1 more bullet to find. Obviously would have had to take that gunfight onto fire out the window, but yeah, definitely got a lot closer than CYBERSHOKE probably would have ever expected it to, but 8-4. You walk onto their stronger side now with a 4-round lead, but G2, same thing goes for them. Statistically, this half is better. So both teams in theory on their better side. So things are going to get very interesting here. Pistol round. We know that force buys have always come through after whichever team wins, but it would be a massive boost to CYBERSHOKE. A massive boost to their chance of shutting down G2 in dominant fashion if they can come out on top here.
Yeah, this is kind of must win this pistol. Not start off great as Plane gets a double. They're going to just look to push towards A now. Xupe, he'll get dealt with. 5-on-2. Pistol round over.
I mean, Tag got a quad kill in the first pistol of the map, but let's see if he can manage with another quad kill here to dig his team out of more trouble. Swiss there instantly. Domes, no chance of that. CYBERSHOKE victorious. Every single pistol victory has been followed with a force buy. Only one kill seen though from G2. And when you're already 5 rounds behind, do you want to at least give yourself a bit of a better chance in terms of the weapon round next? And it looks like that is going to be the case. I say as they instantly buy up very late. Change their mind, Fred. They're going for it. Going for broke.
I don't mind the idea of this. I feel like if you don't go for it, you probably lose. So I do get it. I do understand why you're going for it, but it's one of those decisions where if it works for them, we're praising them, and if it doesn't, we say, well, you've kind of thrown the game away. So there's no real winners here. I say there's no real winners. If G2 airs win the round, then you know what I mean. But there is a lot of risk about this. You know what I mean? That's a nice find. Look at the positioning as well. Look how deep Shine is. He's going to be in the back lines. Twister will find a Torre. Oh, and Shine's been spotted and found. And now they can just catch them on the rotations. They just need to get the bomb up towards the A-bomb site. Unimi finds playing through the smoke. Oh, this has gone so poorly here. So much damage dealt to both Tak and Unimi. Mac 10 here, though. He will get one. Spots out the second. Going to see a double swing, though. Information is great for Dinamatora.
What does he do with it? Should look to go towards B, and I think that will be the goal. Problem is, there is now an AK on the other side of things. It's an armored AK, full HP. The cross probably isn't going to be the hard part here, as they are playing quite disciplined towards CT, so can get the digits punched in. They 1 versus 2. One mistake
risky,
could
yeah.
cost you.
I think this is... That was the risk. He spots one. Okay, he spot them both. Turning from the flash, reposition. Just going to go the doors together. That is never a bad play.
And G2 win the force buy back. I mean, I thought for a moment they weren't going to go for it. Goes their way on this occasion. Exact same way that CYBERSHOKE started things off on their CD side, losing the pistol, but striking back with a force buy. G2 just cannot let them, or not let this round slip. This has to be one where they deliver.
Even once we see the opening kill come through for the CTs, the second we see that pick on short, the second we see Shine get taken down, it feels like the round should just be found by the team. But even still, after the fact, unable to do so. Nice find from Des Levio. Ittori will get a double, but we see the Galil strike back. Shine patiently waiting. Oh, Shine is not the greatest of shots. There's still a Tech 9 through that, but Shine can quickly pivot. 1 versus 3. Molly towards top ramp. Twister.
This has got a lot of room, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just presses pause for a good amount of time here. Starts to make the CT's question. Peeks on eye, he is spotted now. And towards Gandalf. Bomb can get planted. I think he is aware that Shine can be here, and yeah, 100% is. 3 targets, finds the first, dinks down. Actually does a lot of damage to Shine. but it's still going to be around for G2. Bomb plant, 2 players surviving. Certainly is an argument that they can force it back, but they're already in a pretty good spot. 4 rounds off closing out this game. Is that a risk CYBERSHOKE feel is worth taking?
Look, I think for CYBERSHOKE, just go for the half buy here. Ultimately, you look pretty compelling on the full buys versus full buys. Just get the weapons in play. Let's stop messing around here.
Wow. Well, this one's easy. Expecting it to be the easiest for G2. Going to be a 2-round game here. CYBERSHOKE with a really good chance to have this game in their hands if they didn't lose that force fight.
Counter-terrorists win.
I think at the moment, CYBERSHOKE prospects, they're still going to feel pretty confident. It's not as though they feel that this game is over, but there is definitely some worry. Surely there's going to be some worry here for them now. So heavily up, winning the pistol, playing against a force of which you probably should have won. I guess the important thing is, Charlie, this is now G2 on their weaker side and CYBERSHOKE prospects on their stronger side. So statistically, on the full buys versus full buys, you'd still give them the edge. Opening kill found by the AWP once again. How many times are we going to be saying that this map? 5 on 3, just grouped together. This is where you cannot have players on the extremities because you know G2 airs are going to have to take some space, and we're seeing that in the form of a double top tunnels push. An Armatura not only gets one, but information on the other. Just head towards the A-bomb site now. You know that there is max 1 player there. Just go shoulder to shoulder and take the A-bomb site.
Sean's going to be aware of this. We'll drop out the flash. That should be enough information that they know where he was playing from. They do have this player at top mid. And Armatura going to be holding the line. Shine will find him, and that should be the exit route for the CTs to keep these guns alive. But double digits found from CYBERSHOKE prospects. It's going to be a formality as we wait for the bomb to tick down to confirm things. 1 step closer to that 2-0. Obviously, if G2 can manage to battle things back, we do still have Inferno as that decider. It's a map that G2 certainly will want to bring us on, although it's not necessarily their best map statistically. It is their most played, barring Mirage. Just 1 map difference between the 2 there, but it is also their most picked map, so they'll certainly be feeling very good about things here. Their results recently have been a little up and down, losing Sparta 13-3 about 3 weeks ago. Losing to Misa as well, 13-11. CYBERSHOKE prospects, I mean, it's tough to really find a weak map for them in this series, or at least in their map pool that they play. Probably the exception would be Nuke, I suppose, which they're not a bad Nuke team. They're just a little up and down in it. But we have seen in important games when they need to win a map like Nuke, they have been able to. Did it versus the Huns recently in a semi-final of another event that they were playing, but they managed to come out on top there. So, yeah, that could be a fun one if we make it to Inferno. But if things continue like this for CYBERSHOKE, that might just be nothing but a pipe dream for the boys over on G2.
Already, though, it feels like this is going to be such a tough round for G2 Airs. We've got these double mid smokes. Flash is going to come over. The steps were heard in CT. Posted up towards short here is Yunami. He's got plenty of utility. We've got 3 towards short, 2 in middle. Flashbang dodged here. He's in a really tough position now. Player in CT should get a freebie here. Yunomi's been chipped away at. Hitori needs to go and help, but jumping up, he'll get caught. We need to see something from Shine. Why is he not rotated in from long? 4 on 3. An Armatura. Oh, he's going to be spotted. What is this? Why is he holding that angle? Going to get caught. It's a 3v3 now. They know about the player in CT as well.
I mean, just because they know doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Flashbang should be good enough. And Twister has been found here, in fact.
This is so winnable.
On the bomb.
Yeah, this is so doable now. Orb has to connect, but it does. There's Lebio repositioning as well. Squeezy's just going to peek in from ramp. Lebio gets one. There's Lebio doubles. So much damage dealt to the remaining 2. Well, with that round going the way of CYBERSHOKE prospects and the money for Tak and Hitori, Yunomi, not perfect. It should just be the eco here, but we've seen them go for forces in the past. What do you do if you're G2 Ares? It feels like such a tough decision to make.
I mean, look, we saw them on map number 1 had to come back from 5 rounds downwards. They weren't able to do so. So you've got the argument, the conversation here of you can at least buy something. You can at least get the AWP out, get a rifle out, get guns in play. Yunomi could drop over a rifle towards Shine, who just gave him that AWP. Yupe can buy as well a rifle. So you can see sort of 3 decent-looking weapons. Armor has been bought on the AWP, so maybe for mass it's going to be dropped over at best. I mean, something has to be dropped, surely. Or they're actually going for an eco, and this is the buy. Okay, yeah, this is going to be what they go for. So they're not really dipping into either category. It is a bit more of a half buy. Obviously, Shine's not going to be able to buy in the next.
I think he'll just be happy playing an MP9. I think look, it feels like someone's got to take a hit to bring out an AWP. I don't think this is a bad decision at all. I feel like the AWP can win you the round and can definitely look to save as well. I think a very hedged bets approach.
Hitori found. Orb on the other side, rings out. Need of the smoke. Eventually going to be incoming. We will spot nothing out towards tunnels. He's just taking damage from his teammates, HG.
Oh, Shine.
Though, Shine gets a freebie. He is alone. Eventually is overwhelmed. AWP exposed towards car. Look at the dodge flashbangs. Missed short. The other side of things might not cost a round. AWP has been found. Both these players on
Okay, flash.
Great.
1 versus 1. It's a 1v1 with 30 seconds left. Twister, you just got to get charging through. You don't really have the time to do this. To recover the bomb, XUpe, you can just jiggle any second. Look, I know it's not necessarily the AWP to have so much impact. She's going to have to head towards short and then traverse. But XUpe, aware of this. Steps won't be heard. Oh, okay, well, they definitely are now. XUpe, could he deny it from this angle? Well, you can't deny it, but you can find the pick. 8 for G2 Airs. They deny 12 being found. So poor, though, from the T's. It's the fact that we see Shine get a kill for free. There's just so many kills that just shouldn't have happened there, but...
I mean, it's the play into long, to be honest, that really undid. It was a 2v2 there with just 1 flash being sent through the smoke, completely unraveling what the T's had. I mean, look, you probably would hope they would do a bit better in terms of slight awareness that that could be the case, that 157 unarmored is pushing through that smoke and wins the round. But equally, you could ask, is that a spot there where you just want 3 players together? Do we really need a lurk, a second prong to this attack when you're up against essentially an eco with an AWP? Regardless, G2 keep themselves alive in this one. Obviously, this round is not going to be alive. It will be reset soon enough. And questions are going to be posed towards CYBERSHOKE's investment now, as they don't have a huge amount of money themselves.
Yeah, I think for CyberShoke, you could see Squeezix get out an orb. You could just see him drop over an AK and play one himself. I think that's got to be the right call. I think if he invests in the orb here, I'll be a little bit disappointed. He could drop it. He could drop over 2 Galils, buy an AK, and still have armor. It would literally put him at no utility, but I think that's got to be the idea, right? We could see 5 rifles in play. Yes, util wouldn't be perfect on Squeezix and similarly Twister, but I think you've got to go for that type of decision.
I'm hopefully going to be jumping back in things soon. Was on the side of G2 this slight pause. Actually, no.
I hate this
I don't think it
investment.
was.
I hate that we see the AWP in this type of round. I think it definitely can work, but we've got to see the AWP really looking to do something, really looking to find something. A peek towards long could be the answer. Has got the spawn for it.
And that's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he's. I mean, look, you've got to be feeling confident in yourself. 15 and 8. Had a good game so far. We'll see what this all can do. Still got rifles in play alongside it. Playing just having to play with the Desert Eagle for now, but all it takes is an opening kill, a teammate going down before he's got a weapon to work with as well. Out towards long, Shine will find. You see the AWP tries to hold the line. A 1v1. Shine comes out on top of. Does get a kill back though. Enemy's AWP progressing towards tunnels. I don't know if the barrel would have been spotted. Unimi caught out.
That's a great find.
That can be cracked open as well.
That's the most important thing. And look,
Tori's been found in middle.
Oh, this is
He was
so,
the rotate.
so, yeah, he's the quickest rotation. This is a 4 versus 2 now. And look, I know having a double up on T-side dust 2 can be seen here or there, but it's the fact they've got it in a bomb plant. And look at the money. The money is going to be so tough. Hitori, XUP, they're going to struggle to buy. Fortunately, Shine can drop over. Tack could drop over a FAMAS, I think. Maybe an M4. I'm not too sure what the loss bonus is looking like, but this is where the CyberShoke prospects. It's now, what, 12 to 8? 4 opportunities to close out the series. It feels like it is just going to happen.
Yeah, it's been a bit tense in these last few rounds or so. CyberShoke losing against that force buy, losing against a couple of. The other one wasn't really a force buy. Losing against the force buy initially, then losing against essentially that half buy with the AWP in play. And yet still, they've always been able to respond themselves. And that's one thing you've got to give them credit for. Even when they make a mistake, it always seems like they can rectify it. 4 chances. They had 5 on map number 1. Only needed a couple. Here, though, it really does feel like this will be their game for the taking.
Opening kill is going to be so key. And that's been chipped away at, down to 6 points of health. Squeezix, he's looking for this opening pick. If he can find XUP here, this would be huge, and he does! Opening kill found. Tack not quick enough to rotate.
That's so bold, though. That's
And
all alone.
Shine's going to push through.
Towards tunnels.
He's being held. Oh, this could go so wrong. If Shine goes through while still being held, we could be looking at a 5v3 here. He's just playing deep. But yeah, sorry for jumping in there. I thought we were about to see another kill. It is super bold. Sometimes it's what you need. Oh, that's a quick pick back from Unimi. We'll get another as well. That's a little bit easy. Molotov and bullets will connect. So 3-on-3 here. Just looking to push into this smoke now is the CT. Bam coming through. Orp in middle confined. Shine can have plenty of impact. Shine and Hittori, they do get the picks. And now Squeezix, he's now onto a Galil. Gonna swing wide. Find the first. Recognition of the second in long. 21 points of health. He drops into CT. Shine swings wide. Will find. Comes down to a 1v1 though.
Yeah, I mean, Hittori definitely has a bit of chaos there into that round when there's the two players on the bomb side. Just him making so much noise, drawing a lot of attention, just allows Shine to find kind of impact from long. Really easy for Shine. I actually don't think he found the second. I think it ended up being Hittori, but regardless of who it was, it would have been Shine. Thanks to just Hittori making so much noise there. 3 chances. What CYBERSHOKE have left? Still do have this AWP in play. Very similar by what CYBERSHOKE had a couple of rounds ago, in fact, where they won that round. You got playing once again on a pistol. Last bank's been sent. Unimi forced off the angle, dismantled the boost.
Nice find from Twister. That's a big kill. Opening kill once again found by CYBERSHOKE Prospects. Flash in middle. The thing is, CYBERSHOKE Prospects, they can kind of do whatever they like in this round now. Steps have been heard here, though.
In the position out towards mid. It's going to be this crunch on towards B. Twister's able to strike from middle. Still another player here in Hittori that will be traded out.
It's a 4 versus 2. Top mid's being held. Shine's being held. But the orb shot alone. Oh, okay. Unimi gets that kill. And by Unimi finding, it turns the attention away from the player in middle. 1 HP for playing in a 1 versus 2 now. And the nade will find him. This was a 4 versus 2. All CYBERSHOKE Prospects needed to do was just do their job. But the second any contact was taken, that's where all heads turned. We saw the massive pivot. If Shine was still being held there, I believe it was Twister, that's a free round. But the second any contact comes through, it's that mentality of, oh, I want to be the player to win the round. I want to be the player to win the game. And so unnecessary there.
Yeah, a couple of rounds here where CYBERSHOKE have been advantaged, where they could have been the team to close it out, but it's getting closer and closer. It's going to come down to round number 24, as there won't be enough money for CYBERSHOKE to invest. I mean, I think that's certainly going to be a humbling moment for them, for a pretty inexperienced team in the grand scheme of things. Just say, look, we sit on the bomb site and make things impossible for them. Timeout calls. This is the second one being used from CYBERSHOKE map in total. And there's not going to be a huge amount of weaponry in this one with 2.4k lostness. Playing technically can bring out an AWP. He hasn't invested in a pistol yet. He's been someone who sacrificed weaponry on a few instances to drop over for his team, but last second will buy a Tech 9 in armor, so that means there will not be an AWP in round number 24. Unless somehow we can see it saved. The enemies all will find instead.
That's a nice find there. That takes down Twister. This is going to go full 24. It's never going to be one in this round, surely not. CYBERSHOKE Prospects, they had 2 very good opportunities. It was what, 2-4? It was 2v4s, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure anyway.
I don't know if that previous one was, but obviously the last, or two rounds ago, I should say, was.
Yeah. I know
Obviously the last certainly was.
CYBERSHOKE Prospects with near enough a minute on the clock now. Got to make a decision. A smoke and a Molotov. Just use the smoke for the mid to be. Getting past this orb, though, without a flashbang is going to be such an impossible task. I think the only way you can really achieve it is a run boost. They're not going to want for it now. They're jumping across. Great shot from Unimi. And this will be round over. Bomb plant. Impossible. Steps out in CT as well. They're giving up the plant. Okay. I would have really thought the CTs were going to look to try and hold off from long. 2v5, I guess, just playing the numbers. The right way to play. Tech 9. Spots out 2. Needs to connect. A good headshot, but it just hasn't happened. Unimi on the AWP will find. And there's Labio. Won't even be able to get a kill. That can find him. And G2 has 5 alive, so money's looking really good for them. They'll have a perfect investment going into this final round. Same can't be said, though, for CYBERSHOKE prospects. We could see a glass cannon from Squeezix, but doesn't have the confidence to do that.
Well, 4 chances has been reduced to 1 for CYBERSHOKE prospects. And those chances were sort of as good as you could have asked for, and yet still let them slip. Round number 24 out towards long. Kills will not be seen just yet, but they're looking pretty down from the CTs. Playan has to try to get something back. He at least manages to find tack beforehand. And that's a great find onto Unimi, who's liked this more aggressive stance out towards middle in recent times. But it has cost him his life. Pivot over towards B. Mr. ZXU is over towards car. Steps will all be heard. Shine is confirming this.
Missed flash. Missed flashbang is a problem. Elevated angle here for Twister. And yeah. How have we gotten to OT? Yeah. From 12 to 8. 2 rounds that felt destined to go the way of CYBERSHOKE haven't. And now we're in OT. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's disappointing from a side like CYBERSHOKE prospects, who we probably would finish the game. Give them so much credit. Oh, wow, what a first map you ended up having. Great dust too as well. The odd slip up here or there, but still managed to win things in dominant fashion. And yet, here in OT, yeah, you're basically asking, we'll give you a chance. See if you can bring things to Inferno. If you can, who knows what happens on that map. Yeah, against a side like this, G2's team, very much if you do give them a chance, they will eventually go on to the kit. But we'll see if OT can rectify a very quick adjustment here from G2 to send 2 behind long. And Unimi is warming up more and more into this map. Wasn't too long ago that I remember him missing 3 shots towards long and eventually getting punished for it. Here though, he's found 3 in this round in 3 shots. Flank from long, Hitori finds the final 2, and CYBERSHOKE, there's another round that they just hemorrhage away. It's 5 in a row now for G2Airs.
Yeah, kind of mental, but again, CYBERSHOKE prospects, just feels like they've just lost all kind of, I don't want to say credibility, but they've just lost that it factor about them. They've looked so lackluster. Nice find. Squeezix gets the opener, but quickly traded. The aggression towards middle's paid off.
They're going to be looking for something over here towards B. 2 pairs all on the timing. They just randomly fired off shots through the smoke, and still somehow they are the ones to find the early kill. Molotov towards the window will delay. Flashbang sent alongside. Players are pushing through the flames, and they find 2 kills in response. And it's just how long it takes Twister to get in towards that B bomb site with his team. Players holding for the rotate, but once again, he's too late to actually find anyone. I don't want to play over towards B, but you do need other players to be able to react in time. And again, it's kind of one flash that just unravels the round. Players being tagged down. How is he alive? Finally is removed by Hitori. And Twister 1 versus 3.
Look, he could find 2 of them here. Really like this positioning, actually. Here's both sets of steps. He should have just swung on the molly. Oh, he could have. If he found Hitori quicker, he would have caught the other on the jump. Really unfortunate, but that's 14 now from G2S. Feels like Inferno. From what felt like an impossibility. Seemingly now an expectation.
I mean, CYBERSHOKE needs something on this D side. If they find something, I still think they've got a decent enough chance. But if they walk away 0-3, moving on to their CT side again, I'd be shocked if G2 don't close out this map. Very, very disappointing from CYBERSHOKE for a team that felt like they could turn any round, felt like they were great at finding these opening kills. It's just complete opposite. And it really does just show, look, when you get a chance, if you squander it, that could be the final chance you get.
I think it is just a perfect explanation and an evaluation of, look, you cannot take your foot off the gas. This game had 2-0 completely written all over it. The second we saw it go to kind of 11-7, 12-8, should have been a 2-0. Yixiope finds the Armatura there as well. That is ridiculous. Squeezix, he'll get caught by Yixiope. 15-12 now. That is what? 7 rounds in a row by G2S, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, 7 in a row, and now they've got the chance to close it out. 3 chances, in fact. CYBERSHOKE Prospects can do it in 4. G2S, 1 more chance at it.
This is where CYBERSHOKE Prospects will go and win 3 in a row. Does not feel like that, though. Good start to the round. I know it's not a kill for Unimi, but damage onto Squeezix.
He will get tagged down himself. Leading towards tunnels will be Dawes Molotov sent, which will force this boost to be dismantled. It to be smoke. G2 not going to be going through this, instead looking up towards the A-bomb site. Playing back on the second AWP. Sense both AWPs are going to be here on this angle. Twister finds one. It's a pivot over towards B.
Okay.
It's way too easy for CYBERSHOKE in this one. G2's first chance to close out the map will be desperately unsuccessful.
5 survivors. CYBERSHOKE Prospects. Okay. Where was that? Where was that on your T side?
I mean, still, that's just 1. 2 more to go. Shot of Unimi fires off again. Ag pushing out towards the long. That's the one thing I will say. Ag was, or in fact it was Shine actually. Shine was really potent at denying CYBERSHOKE really any long presence. Look at the pace of this, in fact. Talk about this after the map potentially, as this is a fast hit towards A.
Unimi gets 1, Hitori gets another. Twister needs to go huge here, but he'll get traded. 4 versus 2, making a 3v2 though, as Squeezix, he'll get 1. And Armatura has to go huge, jumping orb shot. He spotted out 2 though. Then Armatura has to find Squeezix in a tough spot. He will get 1. This molly This is such a weird round, but from a 2v2, low HP for both, this should be going the way of G2 Airs. Shine, he's going to go peeking in a second. We'll be able to find the AWP. They know about both of them, but Dynamator is 16 health, minimal time. Shine's now backed away, and Hitori can find. We are making our way to Inferno now. G2 Aries, after being 12 to 8 down, it was a 3v2 or 2v3 of which they won, then a 2v4 of which they won. And they were able to do it in OT as well. Pretty ridiculous result there on Dust 2. But Charlie, we said, look, they need to do it on Dust to even have a chance in the series. They have done it on Dust now. But any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, I mean, G2 is obviously win the map, but it does feel a little bit more like CYBERSHOKE lost the map.
Yes.
A lot of mistakes made at the end. It felt like a team that was too confident and too hungry to, I want to be involved in everything, that they maybe couldn't just take a step back when they needed. Definitely felt like an inexperienced team that was probably a little too reactive for their own good at times, where someone makes contact and everyone's attention's turned towards them rather than, I trust my teammate has this covered. I'll continue doing what I'm meant to do. And that cost them, particularly in a couple of those rounds when they were on that point and it never went their way. But as soon as it ended up going to OT and then them not finding anything on that T side, it felt inevitable that G2 were going to be the side to close things out. So we go the distance with this one, and now I don't quite know where to expect this. I do think CYBERSHOKE have been the better team, but equally you can make the argument they've made a lot more mistakes. So a map like Inferno could be interesting to watch in terms of that.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Inferno is going to be a very, very exciting finale. But before we get there, Charlie, we're going to be jumping to a break.
Heavy section. No limits. Break it! No silence. Shake it! No borders. Take it! 1X! Heavy guitar. 808 kick crowd in the dark starts.
1x bit. It'll be ace.
This is how Legacy completely shuts down mid control on Dust 2. First, the AWP player runs short, throws the extinguish smoke and holds top mid for first contact. At the same time, Dumao runs short and gets boosted behind the smoke. Now, if T start clearing short from lower tunnel, they expose themselves to the boosted player, but if the top mid player focuses on short instead, he walks straight into the AWP. If you want to run this with your team, it's already on Metastack with every role explained step by step, plus a full video with timestamps showing exactly what each player does. Only on metastack.gg.
And another. He's got full control of the A side. Who needs a stack?
3 kills make it 4. The last one left is Zywoo. Zywoo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Looking to cut down Library. Zywoo 3 kills into this. 1v5 if he can. The best.
Right, well, in the action we go now for map number 3, Inferno. It's going to be a big one, and Dynamatora, that's a good start to this round. Tack will get a response onto SqueezeX. Good setup here towards B, but saying that, Deslebio's been dealt with. Twist, he's just backed away straight away. Twister wanting nothing to do with this round. This is the bomb. The bomb is somewhat trapped here. If they take down the bomb carrier, this could be problematic. No utility, no armor on Shine, sorry. So he's going to have to back away. Play it. P2000 here. I don't really know why Dynamatora has just pushed towards Banana. Could have looked to try and find the bomb carrier there, and they probably would have won the round, but G2 Ares, they will go and find the pistol.
Yeah, obviously this is a G2 Ares that probably have had no right to be in on this map, to be honest. Needed 4 in regulation just to bring things to OT. They went almost flawless in overtime as well to go on to win that. But they were in a 2 versus 4 for survival. They ended up somehow winning that while the bomb was down on B. CYBERSHOKE prospects unfortunately made mistakes, allowed G2 to come back into the game, and now look, we're on one of G2's most picked, most played maps. You very much have left things up to fate here if you're CYBERSHOKE. So yeah, got to be feeling a bit uncertain as to where this series could go, and obviously far from being our only series of today. Got plenty of games coming up. EAC versus NTP, that'll be a fun one that we're on. Trades versus Los Cucutos, and the X-Rustic versus Just Plays to round out the day. So yeah, opening day of the Swiss stage here in Series 5 is certainly an exciting one. A lot of teams that been a little while since I've got to watch them or been making a few changes, and always nice to see these academy teams facing off against one another. And I was massively impressed by CYBERSHOKE. They certainly could bring me back to that mindset depending on what happens here on this map. But there's certainly been some very good things from them today that I think moving forward, maybe a bit more experience under their belt, maybe they could iron out some of these issues, and on another day, this could be a CYBERSHOKE side that are delivering more so in series like this.
The thing is, though, the 2-0 was kind of paved for them. It felt like it should have always happened, and it didn't. And I think, yes, they can still go and win not only this round, but they can go and win this map. But the problem is against teams that are better, you can't be giving up these types of moments. You can't be making these mistakes. Playing, he'll get one more. Hitori's been chipped away as well. Dora just spamming away, won't connect. But CYBERSHOKE prospects, very good response here. We've seen so many of these kind of force buys just come through. A lot of the time we've been seeing teams opt to go for these forces, and they just painfully just mean nothing. So far in this series, though, we've had a lot of force buys that have come through.
As G2's turn to see if they can respond with one of their own. 4 sets of Tech 9s. 3 with the 1 rifle. Not a huge amount of utility, which is always a little bit of an issue on a map like Inferno. Gonna be making a lot of contact through the smoke. Can't find himself one.
Quick rotation out of Playing though. Playing will get a double, so it's this 3v2 again. And look at Twister, he's in a great position here. They've got one in CT, they've got one on the bomb site, and Twister's ready for the back away. Contact taken, and Twister can double. Rifle can be picked up. CYBERSHOKE Prospects will be seeing a 3-1 scoreline now.
Yeah, it should be a good response from them after losing that pistol. Here on Inferno, obviously we spoke about it. Their stats are still pretty unbelievable at this map. Spoke about on map number 2 how good this side's map pool really looks to be. I mean, G2 isn't much worse. They still have a very good set of maps in their pool. Obviously, sort of with the exception of Cash, we don't quite know what to expect from them on that map, as Nuke is still their permaban. So, sort of got 2 gaps right now that one of them should be filled out with Cash probably in the next couple of months or so, and we'll get to see what the side's looking like there. But on Inferno, at least, spoke about how this is now, after this game's played, this will be the joint most played map for G2. Win rate's okay, 53%. The CYBERSHOKEs with a fair few less games played. Still, though, have almost an 80% win rate. Twister, nice find. Bombs dropped here as well. Molotov landed at the feet of the T's. We don't want to rifle get all of the picks. But denying that MP9 making some money with a quad kill there. CYBERSHOKE Prospects. That is that 3-1 that you expected.
Still going to be some limitations here for G2. Utility isn't perfect, but pretty good. Still a Galil here on Yuxiope. Look at the money as well for someone like Twisty. Sound just shy of 10k, as is does Levio. Money's in a really good spot for the CTs, and especially on a map like Inferno, where you see a lot of saves. That's exactly what you want. They can just continually invest in so many rounds if they just have maybe just 1 or 2 players saving.
A bit of space being taken from Hattori towards Banana, but here comes Util set from the CT side, forcing them back. Hattori will find one. Plan can get a trade, and the enemy's being softened up as well. So, CYBERSHOKE Prospects can confirm Banana control is theirs, but G2 recognizes still 2 players over towards B and try to accelerate things up. Good nade sent. Giant half HP. Enemy tagged down even lower. Lane is back over here towards the long side of things, but I think he could get caught out by Shy when attacking back. That's an easy pickup. Now a split over towards B. All of the eyes on Danamatura, but in fact Twister actually over there. Somehow we're still a 2-on-2, so still a chance for the CTs to give this one a go. Dubé is pushing towards him. He gets outgunned on the first duel. It's all on Shine. 13 HP. There is a defuse kit. 2 defuse kits here. And 1 bullet's all that needs to connect. And Phoenix the one to do so. The streak continues. 4 in a row from CYBERSHOKE Prospects.
Yeah, look, they've got themselves in a great spot here now. Look, from what we've seen from them in previous games on Inferno, with their CT side and T side have been brilliant. And I think if they can have a dominant showing on this first half, let's say they not only win the half, but let's say it's an 8-4 or something like that, that's where they should look pretty confident and compelling. Obviously, we did see them kind of throw away a 4-round lead, 2 decent opportunities of closing out the series as well. So hopefully for CYBERSHOKE Prospect, although early on in this third map, they don't throw away this 3-round lead that they've got. They look to expand on it, build upon it. Because I think this will be quite the comeback story if G2 are able to close out the series. Because it very much felt like the game was done, right? And the fact that we're here on Inferno, I think that alone is a very, very kind of ridiculous outcome. I don't think anyone expected Inferno when we saw 12-8.
Look, still another chance, and that's the thing. I think after the fumble that CYBERSHOKE had, maybe we were looking a bit doom and gloom, as it really felt like it should have been a 2-0. But they can quite easily bring themselves back here. G2, though, they've been a team that has shown that, look, evidently they have the resilience. Still a young roster in their own right. Sure, you do have pieces on this team that have been here for a little bit longer. Hitori, obviously, being one of those, alongside Tak, being on this team now for a couple of years. But certainly do have that resilience, but you don't really want to find yourselves on the third map, 3 in a row, where you're trailing by a fair margin. Music. Nice couple from him, as the round is only Tak and Hitori remaining. Make that only Tak. Make that nobody is CYBERSHOKE Prospects. This is feeling more like it from them again. Very similar to the start that they had on Dust 2. What, they were leading 6-1 there after losing the pistol. Almost an identical stat line. Just need one more to complete that, and knowing that the buy of G2 is not going to be perfect, it's actually pretty good. Better than I thought it was, actually. I thought they were going to take the hit and go for a half bite.
I guess the one thing that we can clearly see from G2 is they've got that resilience. You look at kind of 3 of these games. It was 6-4 down on Ancient, obviously 6-1 down on Dust 2. It's clear that they have got that resilience. Nice nade there. Already though, Twister has been taken down. Opening frag from Shine. Gambled towards the A-bomb site. They're just clearing out middle now. This is where there's Levio with just a flashbang, not quite enough utility. A well-placed flash might keep them back for a moment or so, but it won't be for very long. There is a molly on play, and I don't really know why he didn't drop the Molotov.
It was a little late. I think he arrived just as they were crossing. The spam instead, right to the smoke.
Oh, does Levio go
Great
through? I love
find.
it. Oh, he gets a double make in 3. We saw the nade of the smoke, and all the attention was in CT. Does Levio just pushes through the coffin smoke? Tap the bomb. Swings wide. Where is the trade?
way.
What is this? This is a 1v4 from EXUPE. Still the stick of the bomb. Oh, unable to connect there. CYBERSHOKE Prospects will win the round. It's a huge triple out of Deslevio, but the fact that that could have come through is mental.
I mean, it is fun to watch, though. We see a brilliant triple. Deslevio, monster push through that smoke, playing. I mean, the break of the smoke, it was really well timed from CYBERSHOKE Prospects. We'll break the smoke, we'll fight, and that's when you go through as well, just as we're drawing the attention away from you. And still, EXUPE almost with a 1 versus 4. I mean, good kills to find the first. A little too easy for him to find the second. Yeah, maybe a bit of miscommunication with that third as well, but still, you've got to fight what was ahead of you, and does brilliantly to do so. Through the flames, the T's go in towards the long, all of which being chipped away slightly. Ascent, but the T's just pre-fire it. Fine playing. He actually did make good for you audio cues that he's going to take that fight, but still managed to achieve the pick on towards Tack. Tucked at the back of the bomb site. His teammate in towards Pit finds the first. Hitori through the smoke, gets that trade. It goes down, and so much damage dealt. The team kill helping things out, but still G2 as do find themselves their second round after being 6-1 down. So the exact same fashion where things happen on Dust 2. Obviously saw 6-1 in favour of CYBERSHOKE there. Before we ended up seeing G2 Airs actually going to win 3 on the bounce to make that scoreline a little closer. They would love to do a similar thing, but CYBERSHOKE prospects, after falling short after being ahead for pretty much the entire game of Dust 2, you imagine they're not going to let the same mistakes happen again.
Again, the money's still in a very good spot for CYBERSHOKE prospects, although they did just lose that last round. And I think that's something that I mentioned early on when it was, what, Twister? You sat on like 9.5k after, what, I think, 4 rounds. So I think at the moment, CYBERSHOKE prospects, they are going to get continual investments. I think winning the half certainly is the goal, but the question is by how many.
He traded back and forth towards Banana. Banana aggressing here and towards apartments. He's got the AWP of music nearby. Is very close to being a spot out attack. This gets tense here with the AWP being very aggressive. Problem is now, for someone like Squeezy, I don't know if there is a chance for him to fade away, even if he finds what is that place just line up.
Deslabio.
Run through the smoke, gets a double.
Yeah, excellent there from Deslabio. We've now got Donatura looking to peek on in, gets a lot of damage on the attack, but will get taken down. He needs to get himself into the bomb site here. Twister's in a good position here, and with no one at brackets, could be operating as a very fast flank. And we'll get planted. Positioning of Unimi is really good. Clearing. Oh, timing couldn't have been worse for Twister there. Now Unimi. Oh, he gets a double. There's Lebio. 1 versus 3 and just going to have to save. So this will be a 3rd round for G2.
Very much trying to keep that symmetry alive from second map here. G2 find another. Lebio's double, that gives the advantage over to the CT. He's not making enough impact. And 3 rounds left of this half. Obviously, we already spoke about it. It's not G2's map pick. Obviously, it's the 3rd map, but it feels like if it was a best of 2, I imagine they probably would pick this over Dust. And make a little more sense in terms of the maps that they've picked in recent history, at the very least. Both teams, when they do play it, going to be feeling more than confident on both sides. Not massively a huge side favourite of utility. This Lebio will drop out this smoke in towards the sandbag position as Twister just drops out that smoke himself to allow his teammate to fall back. They're burning a good few smokes there actually on the side of CYBERSHOKE this early into the round. It's going to certainly pay off in the future.
Obviously, we have got a passive setup towards A from CYBERSHOKE prospects. With this and with Yupe just applying some pressure, it will delay these rotations. Nice find from SqueezeX, being held at the moment. They're connected there. There's Labio, that's a big pick though. Traded out, low HP is Twister, so this is still very doable for the T's.
Oh, great nade, but I mean, he does still find a kill back.
There is a HE on
So
Twister.
much damaged out. If he sends this nade,
Oh, they'll know that there's at least one in CT now. Smoke fading. Could just send the nade into the pool and he will find Hattori, but sends it towards Dark. Nice find. All going to be peeking in CT and Twister connects. CYBERSHOKE prospects. They will find 7.
that looked difficult for CYBERSHOKE, considering how it looked like they were so confident that there's a player at Dark. There was going to be a player at Dark. And it almost felt like Twist was going to get caught out. He's going to be posted towards his Dark. We're going to see his teammate go down. Well, he's just watching a position where the AWP isn't even residing, but still, CYBERSHOKE prospects managed to find 7. 2 rounds up for grabs, the chance for them to put themselves on 9. At that point, like I said, when both teams are pretty good at both sides, I think CYBERSHOKE prospects feel like the game's in their hands if they can do that. Back finds the first pick.
Yeah, nice opener there. SqueezeX is looking for something in middle. Flashbang towards top banana. Great find from Yinami. This is where CYBERSHOKE prospects should just look to save. Stick around towards the A bot site. Go for a stack if it works out, brilliant. If not, who cares?
Slowly but surely, G2 should clear out this B bomb site with Hattori pushing out here, spotting nothing. Soon enough, you imagine the bomb on Shine. And the rest of his teammates will emerge, and CYBERSHOKE already in the back of their head, they are going to realise, yeah, we've got this one wrong.
I like the fact that already G2, they've got 2 players so close to the hunt. Really nice idea. I don't really see the point in still having 3 players on the B bomb side. I don't know about you, Charlie, but just take some control in CT and then you know that you've won the round and you can look to hunt a little bit heavier. But there's Labio. He'll find Tack. Pace close by. Nice information. Okay, well, they get 1. Not going to change massively the investment, as both Labio and SqueezeX can drop, and Armatura can buy as well. There's still going to be a pretty decent investment out of the CTs.
Obviously, ended 8-4 on map number 2. CYBERSHOKE prospects having quite the lead there. Let's see if they can accomplish something similar. But I mean, it's going to be disappointing for G2 as the fact that it literally has been sort of, they've always found themselves pretty behind relatively early in things. I mean, Ancient a little different in terms of was back and forth a bit more, but it's never really been the team that it feels like, yeah, they're going to be able to win things in regulation. It's always been maybe a little too far behind for that. Opening kill though here for the CTs. Tack advancing up towards short. He's very close hit. might not come into effect. The exports. Armatura from the balcony takes down Tack and his Unimi. They 1 versus 4 to try to salvage 5 rounds. But unlikely. Impossible, some might even say. Shot misses onto the sidearm, but the MP9 finds beforehand. Subshow prospects, that will be 8 for them on their opponent's map pick of Inferno. Second half, all to play for. We'll have to see what they can do here.
Yeah, look, it's a really good half out of CYBERSHOKE prospects. You look at the individuals, I think Deslebio's had plenty of impact as a Squeezix. Then Armatura gets a nice double in that last round. Look, I think at the moment, CYBERSHOKE prospects, again, if they win this pistol, they'll put themselves in such a good spot to take this series. But we said that on Dust 2, and it didn't really go their way. So, G2 Ares, they certainly can still go and win things out. Oh, Deslebio, that's a nice find. Great HE grenade, and now swinging the Julies. I love the util set, and Hitori finds 4. I love the idea of that round from G2 Ares. Because the second that we see that nade and flash coming through, you just know those Julies are just set up for success.
I'm not seeing an investment yet from CYBERSHOKE, which feels, there you go, okay. Finally seeing a buyout. I was going to say, it feels strange not seeing a forced buy. Okay. Interesting. So we did see Strategic invest. He has sold his equipment. Twister has still bought. He will go down. So we see the second round eco with a Tech 9 armor. Almost feels like he was fooled, as I was, into thinking it was going to be an investment. But I opted against it. It felt like maybe a couple of differences in opinions, and at that point it feels like, look, if you don't know what you're going to do, just don't buy it at all.
Yeah, it did really feel like there was a real lack in communication that.
And they don't fight towards long. Unimi comes out on top. We'll be able to find the second, but Tax close enough to trade. Cube goes down. Twister, whether he had a Mac 10 or an AK, wouldn't have made a difference. He still forwards a quick headshot. And blink and you miss it. This round's a quick one, and CYBERSHOKE prospects will fall short. And Armatura 30 or 24 points of health. 1v4, bomb's not in his control. And we might be having a minute 20 save.
Yeah, perhaps. Great round out of G2. Again, it feels like CYBERSHOKE. I don't think necessarily the round was the, or I guess the game plan was the reason it's gone so wrong. Just a lot of damage and from Unimi. This is one where I wish the T's could just kind of vote to skip the round.
Vote skip.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if that will ever be a thing, unfortunately. It needs to be like the CTs propose it.
Well, either team could propose it, but maybe 7 players out of 10 need to vote yes.
But it feels like if the teams propose it, if it's like 50 seconds and the CT's just not, okay, there's a save going on, maybe we
Yeah, but then you could use it with a bit of trickery. You could be in like a 3v5 and then the T's go for, oh, you know, why don't we just skip the rest of this round? They vote no. Like, so one person on the team votes yes, they start voting no. head into an open B bomb site because players are hunting or something. Do you know what I mean? There could be some trickery.
See, that feels unsportsmanlike.
Oh, I feel like there's
Well, it's like we're not bluffing. We've
exactly.
we've got
That's
out of server bluffing going on as well. Okay.
It's the classic types in all chat rush B, types in team chat rush A. No, it's a.
Okay.
I mean, it's just an extra bit of that.
Interesting. Don't see it, coming through anytime soon. But I like the idea.
Time of this name is good. Look at the damage. Enemy, great find there. Tackle find the Levio. Okay, G2. This is really nice.
Yeah, instantly from 8-4 down. Quick 8-8. Finally, we get to see CYBERSHOKE with not literally all the bells and whistles, but not far off of it. I'd say a little shorter on util than probably would have liked. They still have enough. Don't have the AWP out. Well, Unimi will have done that a few times on the T side. Some decent enough success. Molotov lands straight onto the head. Well, squeezing, but a follow-up nade is what we'll find. Missed AWP shot from Unimi, but opening kills already found from G2 as. Thrown towards CCT. This is from Twister. He's alone towards B currently.
At the moment, Charlie, we're going to have a little bit of a lull in this round. So I want a 15-second PowerPoint presentation of who's going to win this game and why.
Oh,
That's 3
I
seconds gone, mate.
really hate that you asked that because the majority of this series, I would say CyberShoke prospects. I think they have been the better team today, but G2 Aries, CG side,
It's looking
haven't
good.
quite seen enough from them to say, yeah, this is looking unreal. 4 in a row, winning those 4 pretty damn cleanly as well.
Great timing on that flash. That'll just delay them even further. There's still so much utility in this
Yes,
round, and they know that it's B. They know that it's B. What will connect? Molly's down. The T should just save, but they're not going to be able to going through the smoke. Hitori now needing the side up, but Unimi, great double. Shine finds 2 as well. G2 Aries, that is brilliant. They take the lead in the kind of the final third of this one.
Yeah, with no bomb plant, although the loss bonus is right up there for CyberShoke prospects, they can't go for the full investment. I'm going to call their first tactical pause on the map. And this is the thing, Inferno feels, in comparison to the first 2 that we got to watch, it feels like this is probably more difficult for just CyberShoke to take individual gunfights. And well, we've been short a couple of times on Dust 2 that they lose opening kills, and yet across the map, here's a gunfight 1, here's a gunfight 1, and then they just spiral that into a round victory for them. And it just feels like it's more difficult to do so on Inferno. It feels like it has to be a lot more structured in terms of everything you do. It could be a lot more punishing if you try to go for something a little more roguish. I probably will favor G2 as now. I think if CyberShoke were able to win the pistol, I think it would be their series for the taking. But seeing as this one likely could be 10, I think that would be a really disappointing start to the Swiss stage for CyberShoke. Not that I don't think they'll make it to playoffs or anything off of a loss here, but more so in the fashion that they could potentially lose this series, where it feels like I have been impressed by them, and yet they still might not be the ones that come out on top. Sometimes it does go that way. Me not being required just yet, as his teammates are cleaning up everybody else. Twister over towards Long is being held. Tax ready for this. His teammates fallen. It's all on Twister. It's going to be double digits. It's going to be 6 in a row. And this unbreakable CT streak from G2 Airs. He's finding a lot of promise. Okay, Tax maybe getting a bit a little bit bored of watching that coming towards the long. Assumes it might be clear, just as ends up losing his life for it. It's not going to make much of a difference, though, Fred, as we'll look at this economy of the CT side.
Yeah, money's so
Pretty much
good.
everybody above 10k.
Yeah, the finances are just too strong now. With only a maximum of 6 rounds remaining, or 5 rounds of investments remaining, they should be pretty confident.
Will wait out this util. Flash on through. Shine in the spot, but he would have heard not only the util, but the steps behind it as well.
This round feels kind of must-win for CYBERSHOKE prospects, doesn't it? Great find from Deslebio. That's a huge kill there. Flashbang comes through. Tori will find play it. Deslebio, be quick through. Another nice flash, but Shine actually blinded by it himself. Tees feel a little bit frantic. Oh, poor utility there. That's now 2 smokes used for coffins at the exact same time. If they had an extra smoke in this... SqueezeX to be cautious here, going for a bit of a spam. There was a molly on the bomb, but as said, the utility slowly depleting. Bomb finally getting planted now. Flashbang comes over. 4 on 4. Not much utility remaining in this round. 4 flashbangs, 2 on each side. Yupe has been sent the flashes, though. And he's going to be sending in his team from coffins. There's one. Second flash lands, but really affected by it. Shine. That's a big kill. Mister on the boost. We'll get traded. Yupe finds it. Now it's all on Dinamatura. But traded out. Enough time for the defuse. And that is 11 now for G2.
2 away now from the finish line. I understand what you were saying in terms of you think perhaps is must win for CYBERSHOKE prospects. Probably less so, as they at least got that bomb plant, so they can buy up in this. But still, we are starting to see them just bleed these rounds away. There's 3 rounds that separate these teams. Touched on it, the G2S have not been a team this series, really, where they've led. I actually don't think they've led at any point in regulation, apart from here on Inferno. Might be remembering incorrectly, but I mean, it didn't on Dust 2 at any instance. And I'm pretty sure at Ancient, the best they got was things being 7-7 or things being 3-3. So Inferno very much is the first time they have actually led in this series in regulation at all. This is sort of uncharted territory for CYBERSHOKE. They have been the team that have always been on top, and still they are the side that could lose this series after squandering too many chances on Dust 2. And here on Inferno, particularly here on the second half, G2S are the better team. They're playing better Counter-Strike. Most of their rounds that they're winning are very one-sided. That was the closest chance CYBERSHOKE have had. But you're starting to see, though, some of those shots from Shine. He's 10-11, and yet just so instant. Barely even giving the T's a chance to react. And spoke about the bomb plant in terms of CYBERSHOKE going to have an investment here. I don't know if they're going to fully invest this. We can see Tech 9s, Mac 10.
I actually think the half buy is the better call. Because I think when you look at a map like Inferno, I feel like it's the perfect map for you make a fast play, and if you're quick enough to suffocate the bomb site and just win the duels, that's where your position sometimes are forced into a save. Or similarly, you can upgrade weapons quite comfortably. So I think if they go for a fast pop on either bomb site, ultimately, I think it doesn't matter if you've got Tech 9s and Mac 10s, because if you're going to get the kills, you're going to be upgrading weaponry anyway. But it's that kind of hedge bets approach. You know what? If you don't win it in this round, you've got a chance in round 21. It's going to be this play towards A now. You know me, he's in a very difficult spot. Could get overwhelmed so quickly. Twister. That's good intel, great information. Now they're going to be making their way out of brackets. The AWPer will finally strike. Then Armatora needs to connect, but Unimi gets 2, and the quick rotations from Hitori towards Long, and we see the 2 riflers both having impact. From what felt like could have been a bit of an awkward round, G2 Ares make it look so simple.
And it comes down to this. CYBERSHOKE prospects on Dust 2, they had a 12-8 lead. A 12-8 lead for the series. They ended up losing those rounds in regulation. It went to OT where G2 Ares delivered the killing blow. CYBERSHOKE have to try to make a similar comeback.
Oh,
That's a nice fight. First time he's had the AWP on the C-side, that is.
Attack though, aggressing. This Lebio's gonna get caught. Felt like he lagged out, or I don't know. It felt like he was caught massively off guard.
Bit of a strange spot here. The CT is not actually on the bomb sites at all over towards A.
I love the idea of that though. Just a crunch down towards middle. Something that you rarely see on a full bite. Now they can just go and leave Yuxupe. Oh, he's kind of like half a second away from spotting Playin. Playin's had a really tough map, 7 and 19. Molly in apartments. Just jump spotting is Yuxupe. Shine needs to be cautious. We'll get caught by an Armatura. Oh, Tack gets a double, and now it's all on Playin. It's a 1 versus 2.
Makes his way onto the bomb site, can punch in the digits.
Tack is for the ace hit. Playin peeking wide. Tack waiting to go through. The nade here. Yuxupe spotted him. Tack needs the ace now. He's gone through this smoke. What's the shoulder? Won't find though. Big clutch from Playin. That's now 9 for CYBERSHOKE prospects.
Obviously, money is not going to be an issue here for the CTs at all. Got players on 16k. They're going to have more than enough money to invest in every single one of these final rounds. Step 1 complete. Problem is, it does come annoyingly close for CYBERSHOKE. So you're going to have players who are going to be slim on cash. You've got 2 Mac 10s. You at least have that AWP back in the hands of Skriziak. And a good opening kill, but yeah, having these Mac 10s again is particularly fun for CYBERSHOKE. And another tactical pause.
CYBERSHOKE prospects. 3 in a row needed. The issue though is G2 Ares are going to be getting full buys in all of these rounds. They're never going to be in a spot of any difficulty. I think that's the difference here. Between the kind of the fumble from 12-8, the CYBERSHOKE prospects on Dust 2, it's very different here. Taking space towards top banana here are the T's. Satori gonna get flashed in here when Molly comes through. He's gonna flash himself in. Oh, what is that? He sends the flash and he peaks so late with his own flashbang that the expectation is that Shine's gonna send one over as well. But either he does and it's an awful flash, or maybe he just doesn't. But big mistake there.
Shine over towards B, will go down. Be a quick acceleration now from CYBERSHOKE. And that should be chance for 10. Should be the likelihood of 10 as well. Honestly, if you're G2, I probably wouldn't go for this round and just look to see if you can save a few AKs. At least make that buy a little better. I mean, with Yuxupe going for this, you still can, obviously. You got the money for it, but it just depends if you want to see if you can try to save some AKs. Make your buy maybe a little better. DT save across 1 AK. Let me watch to see if anyone gives anything up. Well, I say they saved the AK. The AK somehow gets taken down. He peeks and out, finds one. While having his back to someone.
Yeah, money's still... It's okay for CYBERSHOKE prospects. And look, the last thing they care about really is money, right? it's just one of those things where CyberShoke, they need to win the rounds. Who cares about the finances? It's not they're not going to be broken anyway. So G2 Ares still with 2 opportunities and still got the finances for back-to-back buys as well.
Nade bombarding down towards Hitori.
Nice
Finds the first pick.
Read it out there. Seems like Shine kind of just... I don't know how to try, but it's okay because well, he has got a pick back with the nade.
An advantage for G2S. Lose this, it comes down to 24 rounds. See, this is a CyberShoke side who hadn't found a single T round until G2 hit 12.
Bit of a fake towards A. Still, not going to be easy to break into the B-bomb site, and that shot alone should indicate, well, actually, it's all a ruse towards A. Yunami! Oh, he gets a collat, and that changes everything. Pushes through the smoke to get a collateral, and Shine, he's in such a good position. Never going to realize it. We'll be able to find series over. G2 expected to get eliminated, or not eliminated, but expected to lose 0-2. It's somehow come back and win it after Dust2 being 12-8 down. They do it in OT, and they've done it here on Inferno. Absolutely ridiculous comeback here from G2 Ares. And I think for CyberShoke Prospect, they are sat here kind of... look, it's going to be so disappointing for them, but massive mistakes on their end.
Yeah, I mean, massive one. Certainly not expected anyone to get eliminated just yet. But look, a few more fumbles like that from CyberShoke, and you certainly could be worried for their sake. But yeah, really disappointing one actually for CyberShoke. Obviously, we are half an hour behind schedule, so I'd love to sort of dissect this one a little more, but I'll just give my brief thoughts instead. Yeah, I think CyberShoke, I mean, this should have been their series. It really should have been. They're brilliant on Ancient, great for the majority of Dust2, but as soon as they hit 12, they just weren't good enough, and it almost felt like we were going to see G2 replicate that here, but they had enough in the tank. They had players step up when they needed to, and the fact that they were the victors of this series, I think it's going to be a massive confidence boost for them. Our first game, our first team obviously being 1-0 up. They'll have to wait a couple of days before we get to sort of fill out those 1-0 and 0-1 brackets. But it's a good sign for G2 Ares. I don't have any doubt in my mind that CyberShoke will bounce back today. The CyberShoke Prospect side is a project that I am excited about, and today has only enhanced that. But I certainly think iron out a few of those issues, and this could be a team that there's no reason why they can't make it the distance here.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the one thing we do need to say very positively for G2 Ares is they got great mental resilience. They were kind of 6-4 down, 6-1 down, 5-1 down on all 3 of the maps. So it's clear that they've got the resilience to come back in those games. Look, an exciting first best of 3. I think we're going to be seeing something similar in the next. It's EAC against Entropy. We mentioned how we got a bit of an academy to start it off. Then we've got the Danes against the Swedes. So I guess a lovely start to the day for CS. But Charlie, before we see that second series in action, we're going to be jumping to a quick break.
Heavy section. No limits. Break it! No silence. Shake it! No borders. Take it! 1x! Heavy guitar. 808 kick. Crowd in the dark starts.
1x bit. It'll be ace.
1x bit!
This duo play on Mirage is so insane, T's won't even know where they're getting shot from. When T's are going for mid control and they throw this smoke, all you and your bro have to do is just boost over the smoke and kill anyone crossing. It's that easy. This exact play is already up on Metastack along with thousands of other strats and nades with step-by-step explanations, screenshots and videos. If you want to find a winning play just like this one in seconds, check out metastack.gg.
And another. He's got full control of the A side. Who needs a stack?
3 kills, make it is Zywoo. Zywoo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Looking to cut down Vipery. Zywoo 3 kills into this 1v5 if he can. And the best.
Heavy section. No limits. Break it! No silence. Shake it! No borders. Take it! 1X! Heavy guitar. 808 kick. Crowd in the dark starts.
1x bit. It'll be ace.
You need to throw this double HE on Ancient for a free kill. You and your duo have to position here. This guy has to aim here while the other one aims here. Then you both jump throw the HE at the same time. And that's how you absolutely destroy any CTs staying at cave entrance. If you want to do this with your bro, invite him to your team at Metastack. This way you two will never forget your free elo plays and you can always find new ones in seconds. Only at metastack.gg.
And another. He's got full control of the A side. Who needs a stack?
3 kills make it 4. The last one left is Zywoo. Zywoo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Looking to cut down Viper. Zywoo 3 kills into this 1v5 if he can. The best.
Alrighty, well, we're a little bit behind schedule, so Charlie, let's just get straight into this one. We've got EAC, we've got Entropy. I've already mentioned that this is going to be an exciting game. Both these teams certainly got some notable names in them. I think, obviously EAC, they made a very recent signing, made a lot of recent signing, but they've just brought in Fessor. That's a couple days ago. I'm looking forward to this team. I think both these teams certainly got something to prove. But what's your initial take on this series?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one between both sides. Obviously, we're very familiar with a lot of the players in the server. EAC, obviously, not long ago, were AAB, certainly loving the 3-letter names. Yeah, the core of that team obviously moving over to this one, so it's not exactly like these guys are new to playing with one another. We know what to expect roughly. It's been a little while since I've actually got to watch them, though. Form hasn't been great. If we're being honest, 31.6% win rate in recent times. But look, on their day, they can still be a very good team. Entropy, a bit more of this Swedish side. Obviously, we've seen Lumi join this roster. Haven't actually got to watch this side since Lumi's been on them. We obviously saw Lumi on AM for quite the period of time. Started to actually feel like he was hitting some of his best form towards the end of it, but yeah, I'm not sure what to expect from Entropy because, like I said, I haven't got to watch these guys. Similar form hasn't been brilliant, but one thing that you can say for them probably instead of EAC is these guys have been playing against slightly weaker opposition, whereas EAC, we have been seeing a few more familiar names in terms of their opposition, and sure, results haven't been great, but that certainly does count for something.
Yeah, look at every single game that EAC have lost in the last couple months, and I kind of go, you know what? It makes sense. You know, a 2-1 loss to Metasport, 2-1 loss to OG, they lost to Gen 1, they lost to Atreides, Metasport, Alliance, Kalesi, Valchaki, BetClick, Magic. There's not a single game here where I'm sat here going, oh, EAC, you should be winning them. You have to do better. You know what I mean? So I feel like EAC, I think they're going to be... things are going to get a little bit more interesting. I wonder what they're going to do when it comes to map vetoes, because they're a team where they used to play a lot of overpass. It used to be a map that they used to be pretty decent on as well. So I think they're going to be a side that adopt cash into the map pool quite early on, or at least you'd think so. Interestingly, though, as has Entropy. Entropy have played cash 7 times in the last few months, which is kind of mental, seeing as like most teams look to insta-ban it. So they've got a decent win rate there, so I imagine it will feature. But for the EAC roster, Charlie, you already touched upon it. It's kind of the main core of that AAB team. Fessor being the most recent addition. Obviously, we know his stats. He's got a 1.22 rating over the last few months. He's been absolutely incredible on Inner Circle. Obviously, dropped for Inner Circle. He was there for like 6 months, but they didn't really play any games. Then he was on a mixed team, Chicken Coop. He was on Sashi for a little bit. Like, I don't really know what happened with Fessor, but I think ultimately over the last few months he's been really, really good. And I think if he can bring that level of performance here, I'd be I'd be surprised to see EAC fumble. I look at them as the favorites, which is kind of mental because I think most people would probably look at Entropy as the favorites, but I think this EAC team are going to look pretty good today.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm in the same boat. EAC, I think they have to be the favourites of this one, sort of, for me, without much of a doubt. We are going to be seeing Cash. It is picked by Entropy. It will be out the second map. Really interesting to know what to expect from EAC on this, because they did play it relatively recently against Magic, and you look at that and say, wow, that's won against Magic on Cash. But that is Magic's first and only ever time playing Cash. So it doesn't seem to me. It just screams as EAC Punish picked it, and they managed to just about squeak out a result against a side that probably weren't necessarily ready to play the map. Still, it is Magic. It is still a team that's well within top 30 in the world. So it's interesting to see what we're gonna see there. The fact that EAC though are willing to pick it into certain teams, are obviously not banning it out. It feels like they have to be willing to pick it up and play it. And against Entropy, it should be no surprise that they are going to pick it whenever it's open. They've been one of the early adopters of it. It's been one of the few maps that they've been able to rely on consistently in recent times. So, Cash, certainly keep your eyes out for Mirage. Entropy, they're going to be pretty happy that EAC have picked this against them, because this is sort of their sort of go-to second map outside of Cash. Won their most recent games on it as well. But I think we'll get a pretty good gauge of where this series could be off of the back of Mirage. Cash still a lot of question marks to it. I think if Mirage is won by EAC relatively dominantly, I think probably regardless of where Cash goes, I would still favour EAC for the series. If they have to do it on Ancient, they have to do it on Ancient. But yeah, map number 2, I think that's going to be very exciting to watch, actually.
Yeah, look, I think both teams, they play a fair bit of Mirage, play a fair bit of Ancient. I think Cash is going to be the interesting one, because to me it just feels like Entropy, they've brought it in because they know that they can punish a lot of teams on it. They've clearly done their work, but again, I feel like any teams whose instaban isn't Cash, they're going to be ready to play it. I guess maybe I look at Entropy as, in a lot of their series, as the underdogs, and I think in those games you're more likely as the underdog to pick a map like Cash. So that's maybe why they're doing it, and maybe why they do feel like, oh, okay, well, we can just pick up Cash, because let's try and kind of have that as the asset to our team. Let's try and kind of make things really uncomfortable for our opposition. And then you look at it from the side of EAC, they picked it against Magic, and obviously they're not going to be looking to pick it a lot of the time, but it's kind of the idea of picking it as a punish pick. And I maybe look at Entropy's selection of Cash more so like that than a thing of like, oh, they're super confident on the map. They know they're going to dominate. Because I think when you look at some of the teams that they have beaten on Cash, yes, okay, there's definitely some decent teams there. I think the win against Hotu's really good. That took like 5 overtimes or something. But again, you look at some of the other fixtures, lost to Big Academy, lost to Gen 1, dominant win against Just Players, but a lot of these wins are still pretty close. I think the win against Misa, from what I saw from Misa, I was actually quite impressed with them. But still, it's a thing of like, well, you're going to be playing against teams that aren't going to be great on this map, aren't going to be looking to adopt it in, and these maps are consistently quite close. It's not as though, oh, okay, well, there's just one that's close, and that's the one against Hotu, the rest are dominant. Obviously, Charlie, we're a little bit delayed for the start time for this game, so unsure of whether the players are 100% ready. Might have gone off and grabbed a drink or some food or whatever, because, you know, they were meant to start at 12. There was the delay from the previous series, so we might not be 100% ready yet. So I think the safest thing we can do is jump to a short break, and we'll be in the action for Mirage very soon. Alright, team, map number 1 underway. Obviously, the pick of EAC. Very, very big game for both. I feel like Mirage is definitely going to be a bit of a tempo setter, as both teams have adopted Cash early into their pool. Ancient's a bit of a 50-50 as well. I know Entropy kind of have better stats, but they're going to have better stats in general because I think the caliber of opponent is slightly less than the opposition of EAC. Delhi will get one, traded out by Sen. We are going to be seeing this trajectory onto the B-bomb site. Missed shots from Hevsi. We'll get traded. Sen with another good trade, but Lumi fires back. Man advantage for Entropy, but Nixon, he'll get one. Becker now in the clutch, 1v2. Rotations will come through as well. It's all about whether we can see Dotty keep himself alive. Finally, contact taken, and Dotty doubles. Entropy, they will win the pistol.
Yeah, good to catch Entropy, but it was a long time ago now. Maybe a good 4 or 5 months ago. Since I last watched them, very, very different roster since then. Haven't got to watch them with the Swedes, being what we getting to see. But Dotty's been putting up some decent numbers. He certainly will be one of the main outlets in recent time. Obviously, Delhi's numbers have been super good recently, but it's only across 2 series, so it's difficult to really suggest there, but certainly a good pickup, whether it's going to be for this event or longer. We'll have to wait and see, but obviously a bit of history with Lumi on AM previously. Forced by 4 EAC, they crack open the A bomb site. We'll get a post plant with a 3-on-3, but still having Becker and Fessel not really able to retrieve any weapons. We'll just be playing with these pistols as a flashbang on Sen. It's never going to be sent in, and just Fessa fighting alone. Flashbang sends his guns, but he's already dead beforehand. Sen wins his gunfight, all on Delhi. Stepping into this roster, played in the closed qualifier. And that's where he had these brilliant games for Entropy. Here, he finds the first. Not ready for Becker at ramp, it seems, whatsoever. Has spotted out now. There's no defuse kit, there's no time.
It's just ridiculous. How have EAC gone and won this round?
I was feeling to trade things out on that bomb side.
Yeah,
I'm kind of shocked that we end up seeing, though, Besser up against 2 players in CT, where he only finds 1, but it's the fact that they're slightly split from one another that allows just the Tech 9 to win that gunfight. Sen, obviously, the only player with a rifle with his, and Delhi sort of gets lost in the sauce a little in that 1 versus 2. But, I mean, great response from EAC regardless.
I just think the fact that EAC have gone and won that round, they've really changed up kind of the initial impressions of this game. They get a fair few kills in the pistol. We kind of know that we're going to be seeing the force by. I think the previous series showed it perfectly, Charlie. Nearly every single pistol after losing, the team forced. I think it's just the norm now. Force buys were initially a bit of a rogue decision. Then it became a bit of a 50-50. Now it is kind of just the norm.
Now, force buy from Entropy is very much only consistent of pistols.
Yeah, 40 Eagles
was in play.
Yeah.
And for now, mid will be looking to
Great
be
flash.
taken from EAC, but they're going to do so with their massive help of
Love
utility. That's an easy kill.
Yeah.
Evades the first and finds a second back turned. Obviously, none the wiser. Floor is aggressive here towards ramp. 5-7. This is the weapon you'd want for this. Players lining up. Lots of damage dealt. Oh, ammunition for Dotty becoming the problem. Fessel swaps over to the sidearm himself. But Dotty bringing a knife to a gunfight, ends up losing his life, and actually could end up being a pretty clean round for EAC, considering how tense a few instances ended up getting here. Delhi with his deagle. And towards CT. No one's watching this for now. Elevated up. Delhi is ready for this. We'll actually find Becker. But EAC should just look to keep this as clean as possible. Fessa might want its 4th with the Mac 10.
I think the one real problem that Entropy have, Charlie, is if the Mirage games that they have played, they've looked pretty decent on their CT side. Nearly a 60% win rate there. It's their CT side, sorry, their T side that has been so poor. so poor. And I think the fact that EAC, they're already on for 3, with the remaining 8 rounds, let's say they get 2 out of 8. Let's say they just get a quarter. Yes, it doesn't mean they're going to win the half, but 5 rounds on the T side, just with how poor Entropy have been on their T sides in the past, it should be enough for EAC. And that's if they only win 2 out of the remaining 8. I think they'll probably find more than that. This is an excellent start here. Yes, this is their map selection, but we recognize the difficulties that might be cash for Entropy.
Now, 1-for-1 and things here. This round should be a lot less potent than the last from Entropy, but still with the Deagles, I mean, you can never really settle in any rounds when sort of some of these upgraded pistols are in play. We saw what happened on obviously Dust 2 in our first series of the day. 5-7s winning the round on was a pretty flimsy buy. How on earth is Fessa finding that kill?
This is a
That is
3v3. This
pretty
is
ridiculous, though.
yeah.
I mean, Fessa should have been dead. This should have been a 4 versus 2 for Entropy. Lumi over towards Ramp and nearby Tetris. Plays have snuck on through. He will spot, but shots don't connect. Second chance at life he's been given as he backs away. Lumi continuing to fight behind the Motley. He will eventually get taken down by Becca. Advantage flips over towards EAC. And finds and normality should be resumed.
I think if one more kill can happen here, TevC has been spotted in CT. I was going to say one more kill and you create some real financial problems, but won't happen. Sen's holding this. I'll spot him out. Sen, you've got very little to gain here. Quite literally 1 kill.
I mean, he finds the kill.
But
It's not around. It's not a kill you're looking at and saying, "Yeah, that's one for the highlight reel." Certainly taking a while to get it.
But I think as well, you look at it and like the risk to reward ratio, like you gain very little for potentially losing all your equipment.
I mean, if you do look at it, killing a person for $300. If someone offered you that in real life, you'd say, "Oh, that's a terrible deal." So look at it like that. Why would you do it in game?
Yeah. Not about the morals for you. It's about the financial
Exactly.
gain.
If the kill rewards are being a bit better, maybe we can talk. Bad advantage here though for Entropy.
That's got me.
This is their opponent's map pick. Starting on the T side though for EAC. Probably are expecting a little bit more of a rougher display here on this first half for them. Stats aren't actually great on either side, but for Entropy, their T side's been really poor recently.
Yeah. Look, I mentioned it earlier. I think for Entropy, they're going to have to find a chunky amount of rounds in the remaining 8. They've only got 3 pieces of util remaining, and yes, they've gone and found the opening kill, but holding onto a bomb site and trying to get a retake off with no defuse kit and only now 2 pieces of util is going to be really tough. They can no longer comfortably hold on to middle. FC is just jiggling here, but they can go on through this con smoke. Lumi is in a great position. Lumi will get 1 easily. Oh, Lumi, how has he not found a pick? Sen finds Dotty. Now spamming through the smoke is Tevsi, but they know about him.
From Palace, we do have 4 tucked under it. Sen can get a
What
trade.
Crazy round. How has this round gone so poorly for Entropy? It should have been a 5v3. Should have been a free kill for Lumi.
And this re-smoke, this might confirm a save here. They will
he's
go
spotted him
through
towards
it, in
stairs.
fact.
There's a nade that could land. Nixon could send it towards stairs. They are pushing on through, but this retake has to come through now. They don't have the defuse kit. They have to really hurry things up, and they've spotted Tevsi. He's pushing on in. Tevsi will get 1, and Sen finds them both. 4K from Sen here. What a round. That is a crazy final shot. If we can get that again, that'll be great, because what is that?
Yeah, sort of got out a few of his whiffs there up against the pistol in round number 3. Saving his good shots for the important moments like that. If he try for the late retake, it goes against them.
Mag 7. So we haven't seen one in a while. Back-to-back series with a Mag 7.
Something about it. It's starting to come back.
Okay.
The thing is, I don't think we'll see weapons like the sword off come back, unfortunately. I just don't think it's... T-side shotguns, just the sound of it feels cool. We need sort of JW back on old train. Then I think we can have a conversation.
I think that the problem is if you made the sword off's like running accuracy really good, then I think you'd have a chance with it. But it's just like, what is the point?
I mean, it very much feels the playstyle is sit and hold an angle.
Yeah.
Wait for someone to walk into it, and that's kind
Exactly
of
what-
anti-D's.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Floor,
work.
though, that's a nice
It's a-
find.
it's a
Keep
good
yourself
find.
alive here. This could cause a bit of confusion towards middle.
How
Not
is that
actually
molly
a
not
spread.
spread?
Deli's Max 7.
Won't find the kill.
Doesn't actually find the kill. Dotty instead.
This is gonna be a round they find.
is,
They're gonna win the round.
A half buy, and it is looking pretty damn successful. Nixon. He's
bomb
already been
dropped in
tagged
middle.
down.
Swinging wide, missed shots from the tees. Tevsy will get another. What an embarrassing round for EAC.
Yeah, it's the kill from floor that really sets things into
Tevsy just
motion,
needs
though.
to save. What is he doing? You're not going to win this 1v4. Just save. There we go. Probably should have saved in the 2v4, to be honest. That is so poor, though.
It's the fact that Floor finds a kill and then just keeps himself alive tucked in that corner. Because if he got shredded out instantly, players can keep on watching towards middle and short, and Deli can't find that tag, allowing Dotty to actually confirm the kill. Players can't start to swing from short as confidently. Yeah, it very much feels like one domino fell, and then the round just topples from there. The AC still are on top. Money obviously a little bit in shambles. Next to no utility on Nixon or Becker. Got a player with pistol as well. A little up and down. Tennessee will make contact out towards middle. Deal a bit of damage. Fessa ahead of the flames. Had been tagged by that molly, so maybe it's been heard.
I'm excited to see Lumi on the AWP. I think we both know the levels that Lumi can play at. Surprised that we don't see a second player boosted up into window. I think we could have, kind of a reboost into ladder or something. It could have been quite creative, that. Flash into middle. It is going to be this play through B. 2 flashes on Amber. We've got a molly for Sent. And they're looking to play contact, but it's not going to work for them as Lumi is here. So you're going to have to send the util out. Just a tag from Lumi and Tabsi. Lumi both combining. 3 on 5. Lumi gets another. Nixon jumping out finally. Becca will find Lumi eventually. Peeking in is Nixon.
Okay.
That's another. This is a 2v5 gone to a 2v2. Swinging wide. Dotty will get one. Becca. Recognition. I thought he was prepared for the player at short. I thought that was a really good idea, but round still goes the way of Entropy as expected when in that 5v3.
Yeah, he got close for a brief moment, but still goes the way of Entropy. Spoke about EAC not quite having the best buy in the last, and obviously that means they will be down to pistols in this one. A chance for Entropy to tie the game up should be more so a likelihood that they tie the game up. Both highlighted it. First half was very important for Entropy. EAC, they'll probably be feeling pretty good if they can walk onto the CT side with a 6-6. Besser looking for something out here towards ramp. Dotty will find towards triple. Eagle scooped up now on towards Amber, but this is just going to be T slowly but surely getting picked apart.
It's crazy what just like a half buy / eco win does for the entirety of a map and maybe a series, because EAC looked like they were super dominant, looked like it was never going to change, and all it takes is a half buy to completely unsettle.
Taking a little while for this one to conclude, although yet to see a single kill from the T side, although yet to see a single bit of damage from the T side. We all know where this one is going to go. Lumi, another missed shot from him. Still keeping himself alive though. I mean, some deep space taken here from Amber, but worst possible case scenario is going down after time, but not going to be the case. Round concludes with the T's dealing not a point of damage. Entropy up to 4. 2/3 through this first half. Guns back out. No warp for EAC to try to rival Lumi.
Yeah, look, I think at the moment, Entropy, the money's looking really good. Oh, Lumi caught off by Nixon there. Nixon spots out Tevsi. Needs to be cautious. Just drop the flash. With the man advantage here for EAC, they just look to play the numbers. Going to split through connector. This should be really good for them. Smoking con as well for them to push on through. Fessel will find Deli. Another altercation that gets close but still goes the way of EAC. Floor waits for the swing. We'll get one. Doubles up. Not ready for the third though. So it is a 3 versus 2. We'll plant for connector.
Towards CT, waiting for his teammate Dotty to join him. Bomb approaching that halfway mark. There are kits, there are flashbangs to be spotted by Becca. He drops down. Player sandwich spotted as well. CT's find one. Becca does get a trade. Dotty sends out this nade, softens up Becca, but Nixon's just this contingency. He hasn't shown anything. He's tucked towards ramp this whole time. Dotty's going to go down with the ship.
It's crazy that Dotty goes down and Nixon doesn't with the bomb.
I mean, Dotty was next to the bomb.
Yeah,
I would have been shocked if he didn't go
he's
down.
17 HP and he's in ramp and he doesn't die. Not like within ramp, but you know what I mean. He's close by.
I mean, it is still EAC putting themselves back on top.
I think 5 rounds for EAC is enough. Although it feels like they've made some big mistakes losing to that eco and kind of messing things around a little. I honestly feel like EAC, you've already done enough.
Also, the open pick here, flashbangs taking down really everybody.
Great
Just
damage on
3 points
Amber
of
as
health.
well. Oh, Tevsi needs to be cautious. There is a molly landing. No damaging utility remaining here for the T. Swing comes through from Tevsi. Finally smoking off jungle. Dotty needs to be cautious here, tapping away. Amber's now close. This could be good. This could be really good. Fessel will find Dotty as well. And with that, space can now just be taken by Amber.
In players, obviously a lot of damage has been dealt to some of the guys over on EAC, but equally Entropy, you've got Pepsi being tagged down, Deli's on an AWP, Bloomy softened up as well. Actually, a little surprised Entropy are so confident in terms of going for this.
Nice find from Deli. You can get a smoke on the bomb.
But no kit though, unfortunately, and
that's
that'll be
the
his biggest
problem.
issue. Round's already maybe not quite done. He has picked up this kit. We'll find one more. There's no time anymore. I mean,
Nice
Deli's
kill.
just showing what he can do with this second orb. The round's still got to go against Entropy. Obviously, have seen Deli play a couple of games recently for Entropy. Hasn't actually played beforehand since March when he was playing under AM. But yeah, the games that he played for Entropy, where they played against Big Academy as well as that Honved side in the close qualifiers, winning both of those games 2-1. I mean, Deli was a massively key player. I believe he was top performer for both of those series. Yeah, top performer in both of them. So expecting Deli to deliver for Entropy again. Him and Dottie are sort of the dynamic duo for this team. More rounds up for grabs. Money. Not in a great spot for Entropy, particularly if they lose this round. Nade on the Lumi. Lands perfectly.
Lumi's had a really, really poor game. He's had the open nearly every round. I feel like he had one good round with it towards the B bomb side where he kind of, I think he got a double kill, maybe a triple, I'm not too sure, but he's had a really, really tough game. Good flank coming through from Floor. This is the bomb as well that he could catch. Oh, okay, Floor being disciplined. This round should be over. This should be fifth for Entropy now. As things go really wrong, they line up. There we go. 2-on-4 now with both in middle. Vessel can catch off one. FC aggressing. It's now a 2 versus 2, and they know about Floor. There's still plenty of time on the clock as well. Deli looking to aggress. Floor's been spotted here towards the middle. Floor will get the kill onto Deli's damage, and Floor will find on the sidearm. Okay, well, they do find the round. It looked awkward for a moment, but quad kill from Floor.
I mean, to be fair, Floor has done very well in terms of finding these timings on a few different occasions and helping Entropy win rounds just off of this time and the space that he's able to take. The best case scenario, Entropy can find themselves 6 money again. Question for EAC. Despite how close Entropy was the ones being broken, it's the Tech 9s that are pushing towards this bomb site. This shot initially. Amber and Nixon find picks as Floor does get a kill in between. Man advantage for the T side as weapons can start to be upgraded. CT space has been taken. Smoke's found everywhere. As the digits finally get planted, but through this wall, through the boxes, Fessa goes down. And as these smokes start to clear, getting this bomb down is only going to get more difficult.
Why didn't you just plant for CT again? I understand you don't want to get spammed, but no safety on that cross, no flashbang to send over. So this should be 6 now for Entropy as well. Like the idea of the boost, I think it certainly can work, but already Tevzi's disengaged. Nixon's going to go peeking. Knows it's towards Con. Round will be found by Entropy. So 6-6 the scoreline. Again, say not bad at all. I don't think EAC are sat here disappointed with that result, not in the slightest.
Yeah, I think EAC definitely have a decent chance of things here. But Entropy, look, it could have been a lot more damning. It could have been a lot worse for them. They were 6-4 down. It could have even been 8-4, 7-5, something along the lines of that. So they certainly still are in the conversation. I think for an Entropy roster that our expectations are probably unknown, just from the lack of actually getting to watch these guys recently. I think as long as they keep things competitive, it will still be interesting to see what they can deliver. Out towards his B-bomb site, though, are the Swedes. Taking space in towards market as well, but Entropy are losing bodies.
Yeah, big kills here. Nice find from Amber. Oh, Becca's ready close by, and it leaves Dottie in a 1v5. Just around most likely over, and he's been spotted at the back of the bomb site. Kills have got to come through, but 5 surviving here for EAC. If you're Entropy, you go for the second round force. Arguably, it's the right decision because they are plenty of rounds behind. And when I say plenty of rounds behind, I know it is just one, but like you're gonna feel like you are so in the back, like on the back foot here. You're on the T side, and already you're losing. This is gonna feel like an impossible task for Entropy. I think a force buy has to come through. Surely it has to come through.
It'll be interesting what they opt for.
This is my least favorite decision. They've got 5 Deagles, only 1 player with full armor. This is in my opinion, this is the worst decision because it's not as though in their full buy versus full buy, they're going to have perfect economy and AKs on everyone, utility on everyone. And it's not as though that this round is super winnable as there's only 1 player with armor. I think this is a huge mistake. Speaking of mistakes, not the cleanest of sprays from Amber, but that's a big error there. I really
that's
think
the thing. There's a couple of players that, like, if you wanted to go for the Force, could have sold those Deagles, got Kevlar and a Galil. A couple of players that could have done that. We could have had
Mac 10,
SUGs
Tech
and
9s, utility, yeah, like
whatever. Yeah, never crazy on rounds just like this. Sure, I don't mind it when you got enough money to work with, but yeah, it basically just says
what's the
anything
point
that
in the
you gain
Deagles?
from the pistol, we're just gonna leave onto these pistols, and unless we find kills, bomb plants or something, it's not gonna make that big a difference. They obviously buy the pistols, don't find a lot. Deli actually doesn't have enough money for an AK here, so he'll have to use a Galil. Sort of averaging 2 pieces of utility per player as EAC hit 8.
I think the crazy thing is somehow after getting a bomb plant on the pistol, not investing, they have a worse buy than if they just didn't get a bomb plant on the pistol and eco. They're at a disadvantage because of the amount that Delhi invested. I think it's kind of ridiculous. I think of the 2 options you can go for, they've somehow found a third that doesn't really exist, and I think the result of that round proves as to why. Sent, nice double in middle. Gives them that man advantage.
Bomb is still dropped over towards top middle. Floor might be heading back to retrieve that while his 2 teammates reside a little bit deeper down. Smoke off towards window. Professor backs away after hearing that. They're removing Dotty from the round. That's all on Floor and Delhi to deny 9. Maybe even 10 that follows up from this. Delhi out towards top con. He's been given a fair bit of room. I don't know if Fess is jiggling on occasion. Yeah, there you go. Timing's gone abysmally for Delhi as well. Fessa finds it's all on Floor. Oh, I don't think Fessa actually spotted that. See, I think they just realised on the mini-map. Looking at the 2 Ts instantly moving from their advanced positions. Floor finds that kill. 25 seconds remaining. Heading on in towards window. Could actually find Becca here. Again, time is rough for one of the Ts. EAC up towards 9. And yeah, money far from perfect. So a half buy to come through from Entropy. But we're expecting Mirage to go the way of EAC. I think a lot of our eyes were on Cash as to where that one goes. Delhi's invested a lot again, so once again, he's not actually going to have an AK. An acceleration over towards the B-bomb site. Then, very isolated from his team. Nixon rotates in and just whiffs his spray entirely. It's all on Sen. There's a second found. Sen with a triple. Surely nothing more from Sen.
Yeah, excellent from Sen. He's had a huge game here. The fact he's still alive is crazy. Would have thought maybe sending in an HE could have been a good kind of parting moment, but doesn't opt for it. Trying to get the plant's going to be really tough because there's still so much utility here. There's a molly and 2 nades. Timing on this nade, sending it towards bench just in case. And now this is the big problem. Take another full HP player. Just a nade landing on the bomb. Molly in just a moment's time. Italian apartments. He's been spotted, and Fessel finding EAC with another. This is so worrying.
I mean, take a bow though, Sen. That round was all on your shoulders. You lose a player elsewhere. You've got Nixon who rotates in. He's basically got one pistol to find and just whips his spray on him, gets 180'd and killed. And you think, okay, Sen is going to be overwhelmed. There's no rotations anywhere near now. And somehow manages to find 3 and delay so much time. Double digits hit, 3 away are EAC, and that's a great find from Lumi. Boost above the smoke, Becker taken down. Nixon will retrieve this weapon to try to pick up his teammate's position.
Looking for something here in connector. Oh, Nixon needs to be cautious. Takes himself down to the nade. From Fessel, he will get one. Traded out by Tevsi, though. That's where Amber has to rotate in. 4v2. Only sent in jungle. Dottie is hit. The window, but Dottie will fight. Okay, Entropy. This should be their round now.
First off their T side. And Sen just trying to fight to keep this weapon in play. Will allow him to drop a gun over towards Nixon. I mean, Entropy, you understand why they want the hunt. Just don't go too crazy with it, where your own economy is pretty poor. Know exactly where Sen is now. Nade tags him down slightly. He will swing and find the first. Then can actually dodge floor. Tennessee might just be able to escape here for underpass now. Molotov drop. We are going to see the peak in this. Sen is ready for it though. Survives the bomb radius. A third challenger approaches, and Sen survives with the AK while removing 2 of the T weapons. Upgraded his gun as well. Drops over the M4 to Nixon. I mean, that's not a bad outcome at all, because look at this reinvestment. Look at the money that we have in the bank from Entropy. Lumi and Tevsi will have a bit of an issue buying in the next. The rest of the team can invest still, but it certainly could cause some issues for Entropy if they straight away go on to lose this one. But don't think that far ahead. And here and now, round number 18. We still need 3 more to bridge the gap.
Nice nade. That'll chip away at Becker early on. Entropy have been pretty good at taking middle. Clearly is their goal and game plan. On the angle, waiting for Lumi. Positioning of Fessel's good. Needs to take down Floor, though. Floor is going to be a problem. Lumi will find Becca. Amber finally swinging. Needs to be a trade from Fessel, but he's traded out by Tevsi. Okay, well, the trades have been continual. Now it'll be the man advantage for Entropy as Lumi can catch off Sen. Knowledge of Nixon. Miss shot.
Oh, no.
Nixon will get one. Reposition now from Deli. A well-placed nade is going to cause some real problems here. Reposition though. Deli spotted. Not finding Nixon on the headshot angles, making it so difficult. That's now 11 for EAC. Huge clutch out of Nixon.
Yeah, you kind of feel for Lumi there to a certain degree. I mean, look, he still missed the shot. But he's sort of so torn in between what happened. He hears Nixon jump towards short, and then hears a drop down. He assumes Nixon dropped down towards middle rather than dropping down from the railings in towards short. So he ends up looking down, but his teammates ends up getting spammed down. I just don't think he quite pieced together. Wait, that means Nixon's in short. Ends up missing the shot. Gets taken down. Brilliant 1 versus 2 from Nixon. 1 bullet finds him and somehow just evades them all and comes out on top. EAC up to 11. Becca with the AWP train towards ramp spots. Will get baited out by the Jiggles though, so 1 for 1. Again,
well,
another
Fessel
trade.
finds
It's
one.
around
Yeah,
the start off with a
plenty
lot of trades.
trades. Yeah, there's been. I think the trading's been pretty good from both teams, to be honest. Nice swing from Delhi. He'll get another. Now the MP9 looking to push on in. This is all going to be about timing. Nade in CT. The MP9. All going to be about timing. Nade landing close to the bomb site. Trying to swing with the bomb. Just the tap of the bomb. Sen being held for. Smoke's faded. Now Sen connects. He'll get one, but Delhi trading. On versus 2 for Becca. Is he even going to go for it?
He's repositioning and having a look in. If he peeked out wider, could have had a gunfight onto Delhi, who is posted up on this angle. Again, we'll have another quick look in towards this bomb site beforehand.
It's just going to be this save, though, isn't it?
Yeah, unless he found something soon. Which now is past that point. Well, that keeps Entropy's dreams of Mirage alive for a little longer. Could have been 12 for EAC, and at that point, 12 to 7. I think EAC would be able to close things out.
Entropy, though. It feels like for the entirety of this game, Entropy have been playing kind of catch-up, been playing chase. I just really don't feel that EAC can fumble this. They're on the CT side. It's their map selection. Yes, the buy's not perfect in this round. And look, we could be seeing an 11 to 10 scoreline, but when they're back on the full investments, this should be fine. I just don't see EAC fumbling this. Can't wait to be wrong, but...
Becca. Again, spots out players. Last time he was a bit quick on the trigger. Missed his opportunity. Actually, he's surprisingly going to back away, considering he knows he's got someone wrapped in that corner towards apartments. And eventually we'll get given the chance for the shot, but we'll miss it.
They're looking to make their way towards A through connector, you imagine. Obviously, there's still plenty of time on the clock, but this double top bulk setup, if they look to take space in towards Palace, it'll soften at Fesor. But speaking of nades, he sends one onto Delhi and Lumi. This could be a really punishing round. Sen's got to be cautious, though. It just goes on swinging, and he will find. Sen, he pre-fires the swing from stairs. I love the idea of it, and he's still alive. We've still got 2 players towards Palace. Fesor just needs to keep himself alive. Give them no avenue. Could have seen a swing from Palace, but it's being held. Man advantage here for EAC. 2 players in CT, though. Oh, Tepsi gets a double. Nixon will activate from Palace. And now it's all on the low HP Lumi. Has maneuvered now towards ramp. There's a flash on Nixon, one on Becca as well. Util coming over, smoke on the bomb. Flashbang coming over. Just a tap. Lumi having to activate. He spots out the other as well. And now Nixon. He's tapped the bomb. Limited time, no defuse kit. Entropy are going to win this round. And Lumi can find him as well.
Low
Mental.
HP Lumi, 1 versus 2. Just don't know exactly where he is, and that cost them. And that was EAC's last investment before having to take the hit with an eco. So they have to concede double digits to Entropy, who are just refusing to go out on this map. Ash up next, which Entropy have been one of the very few adopters of this map early, playing it 7 times. Very good win rate on it. I'm impressed Entropy are keeping things this close here at the start of this. USP will land. A lot of damage on towards floor, but Mag 10 does come out on top with that one.
Honestly, you look at that. You look at that round. It's Tevsi's double. It's the fact he gets two that they just line up so perfectly. I think we've seen a few moments where Entropy in rounds, I don't want to say been bailed out, but there's been those big moments. Fessor trying to scurry away. Will be able to do so. Missed shots. Fessor finds Deli. Oh, this can't be the round that they fumble. Surely not. Nice nade. Smoke landing as well. Dotty trying to cross. It's just looking to charge on forward. Two AKs have been picked up. Little do they know the bomb is towards top middle. Becca. Oh, Becca not getting killed there. And now Nixon's going to look to help from window. So he'll get one. Dotty can double. Nixon can get that pick though. Nixon in a 1 versus 2. Spots the shoulder. Needs to find floor. He's been chipped away at. And it's a bit of a running race towards the B bomb site. Nixon going to send the molly towards under.
Floor's got this space, but what this does do is technically isolate Tebsy, but Nixon not choosing the right side of the map.
He's never going to guess correctly. It's like the fake steps. He'll realize it in a second, but Floor's in a great position. Honestly, the amount of damage that's been dealt from EAC here is absolutely brilliant. Floor could get found here as well. He's got a Mac 10.
Nixon dodges death.
He is going to be hunted here. Or at least I imagine he's going to be hunted. Already the round's going to go the way of Entropy, but really good damage out of EAC.
Yes, and he does get very costly. Floor continuing to make Nixon sweat a little bit as he saves towards Palace, but tactical pause now for EAC as it's a 1-round game. Max being a nail biter. Weapons rebought. See this specific version of EAC. Spoke about some of their recent difficulties that these guys have had. Results definitely haven't been quite where they've wanted it to be. Haven't seen this exact iteration play in a CCT beforehand. Did get to watch them in Thunderpick a little while ago now. It wasn't fantastic from them, but we did at least get to watch these guys make it to the round of 16. Gave OG a pretty good game there on that day. And then ESE tactical pause to an Entropy one. Both teams feeling like they need maybe a little bit more time in the oven to cook up this round.
It's such an important round for EAC. It's a bit of a fumble if they lose, as Entropy would not only find 11, but most likely take the lead. And for Entropy, most of these rounds have come down to the clutch, come down to the wire, so money would be in a broken position for them. The winner of this round will most likely get 2 for the price of 1. And the issue for Entropy is, if it's EAC, then that's the first map. Entropy have been pretty good at taking middle here, I have to say. Positioning of Fessor, has he been spotted? He's not been spotted. That's a freebie for Fessor. He might look to try and back away. Not going to be easy. There's 1 in apartments and 2 in middle. He's going to need some help here. Peeking in his Nixon, but he gets caught, and they know that Fessor is still here towards under. Oh, maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. He's been spotted. I think he was, but Fessor can still find Deli. 3 on 3 now. The entire time he's being held by Lumi. Space being taken towards ramp from Amber. The second we see, I believe, what floor heads into Palace. The bomb could get caught here. Amber just needs to turn, needs to head towards middle. How is Lumi aware of that? Crazy awareness there. from the T's.
And that's all on Sen, who's going to be heard by Floor. In fact, I believe Floor is pretty confident he's heading towards CT, but Sen, as we can see, is actually just backing away to save. Entropy can make this 11. 11 to 11. Don't forget, we had a chance for EAC to hit 12. They went in that 2 versus 1 against Lumi. It was about 20 HP, who still managed to come out on top of that one. Essentially, another overtime here, in fact, is Entropy are now going to be set in stone for winning 5 out of the last 6 rounds.
Kind of ridiculous when it was what? Was it a 1v3 or it was definitely a 1v2 from Lumi? It felt like it was kind of a 2v4 or something. But that round felt like it was only ever going to go the way of EAC, and they don't find it. Entropy definitely have been the team with a little bit more clutch factor about them. EAC obviously going for the full investment in this one. I want to see more though. Amber, Becca, both have been a little bit underwhelming here. Much more of a team performance from Entropy in comparison to EAC.
I mean, going the distance here. I really don't know what this means for Cash, though. I
don't think it really means
was
anything.
expecting a little more from EAC here on Mirage, to be honest. Which does make me think maybe I am favouring Entropy a fair bit heading on towards Cash then because of how much they've been playing it recently and some decent wins, particularly against Hotu. And that wasn't Hotu's first time playing Cash either. I mean, EAC, regardless of how competent they're feeling, they're certainly expecting that they should be winning a map like Mirage. This is their pick for a reason.
They found 6 on their T side. Entropy usually struggle on the T side. Fessor needs to come through. Oh, missed shots from Fessor. He'll get taken down. It's going to be 12-11 for Entropy. This is mental. EAC. What, 11-7 up? I think it was 11-7. Mental that this is now gone in Entropy's favour. Yeah, 11-7. On the CT side of Mirage as well.
And now they're desperately fighting for Becca to keep his weapon alive and he goes down. I mean, money could 100% be worse, but it's certainly nowhere near as good as EAC wanted to be. M4 of Nixon might be one of the very few rifles, or one of the few decent rifles, I should say. Okay, very little utility. There's no defuse kit either. They have prioritized weaponry here. I really thought a few more players would look to get out util. So Becca and Nixon, they've gone for the M4s. You've got 2 FAMASs around it. That does mean, like I said, there's no kit, there's no util. Floor gets an opener. That's one of those rifles going down, and going down in a position where you're going to have a tough time getting this. This is in Palace. And I think that's why Amber's looking for a bit of a gunfight. Floor's continuing. This is second of the round now.
Yeah, look at this. Amber's taking some space towards ramp. He will get one. Floor's going to send the nade. Amber's already out of there. Floor spotted it, though. Good round from Floor already. 4 on 3. They just need to group together. Amber's repositioned once again back towards ramp. The thing is, the lack of control from EAC. They have no clue what Entropy are even going to look to do.
You have Becca close by towards A.
Smoking
Lumi just smoked
connector.
off connector, and he's now joining the rest of his team.
Amber's got to be... He's got to go huge here. He's just playing towards Firebox. Slowly creeping their way out. No one, they might not even check it, to be fair. Floor might not even make his way out of Palace, but finally they do check it. Tebsy finds it's now Becca and Sen in a 2 versus 4. EAC most likely now Entropy losing this one. After being 11-7 up, they lose it 13-11. 6 in a row from Entropy on the T side of Mirage. I don't think anyone expects any team to get 6 in a row after being that heavily down. That is mental. Look, the only way I thought that Entropy were going to take that map would have been in overtime. You assume from 11-7, you assume with a 4-round lead, you're going to get at least 1 round on that CT side. What a massive fumble from EAC there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not good enough for me, EAC, at the end of the day. And this is what I said a couple of rounds ago. I was a bit more disappointed with what I saw from EAC, to be honest. My expectations weren't crazy going into it for Entropy either. And knowing that these guys have struggled against a few weaker sides recently, I'm not sure what to think. But with Delhi's addition, we have seen some slightly better results. Sure, they have all come down to the wire, but Delhi continued to impress here. It was far from the only player. Dottie actually slowed down massively. He had a really good first half, but sort of a little more absent in the second. But Floor picked up that slack, and Floor ended up being a hugely instrumental player to Entropy's comeback there on Mirage. And the fact that Entropy are now 1 map up, moving on to Cash, which is one of their, honestly, not far off, being up there with some of their more played maps now. They played it 7 times. The fact that a lot of teams look to ban it out isn't going to be easy to do so. When they can pick it, they will. And their stats have been pretty decent at it. They did lose to Big Academy recently, 13-10, but apart from that, they've had some pretty decent results on it. This could actually be a pretty shock 2-0 for Entropy if EAC don't deliver.
And I think even if they do lose on Cash, they're clearly statistically the better team on Ancient as well. I think at the moment, Entropy, they've set themselves up nicely for success after being down and what felt like out on Mirage. But now we're going to be moving to Cash. It is their map selection. But before we get there, Charlie, we're going to be jumping to a break.
Heavy section. No limits. Break it! No silence. Shake it! No borders. Take it! 1 Heavy guitar.
1x bit. It'll be ace.
This is how Legacy completely shuts down mid control on Dust 2. First, the AWP player runs short, throws the extinguish smoke and holds top mid for first contact. At the same time, Dumao runs short and gets boosted behind the smoke. Now, if T start clearing short from lower tunnel, they expose themselves to the boosted player, but if the top mid player focuses on short instead, he walks straight into the AWP. If you want to run this with your team, it's already on Metastack with every role explained step by step, plus a full video with timestamps showing exactly what each player does. Only on metastack.gg.
And another. He's got full control of the A side. Who needs a stack?
3 kills make it 4. The last one left is Zywoo. Zywoo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Looking to cut down Vipery. Zywoo 3 kills into this 1v5. If he can. The best.
Well, second map of the series, it is Cash. Obviously, I feel like whenever you get to see Cash, it's always a nice game. It's a map that's still quite a rarity to see. But obviously, Charlie, we've seen only one map played from EAC. It was against Magic. Good performance from them. But as you quite nicely highlighted, Magic haven't played it since, and it's not really a map they look to play in general. Whereas win against Hotu for Entropy, it's a team that do look to play Cash. I think Entropy definitely the favoured side on this map. So the series very much could be theirs after Cash.
Yeah, just the amount these guys have played it feels like you have to favour this Entropy side for the series after they've become victorious from Mirage. I certainly don't think it's clear-cut by any stretch of the imagination, but look, they definitely have to be a team you look at and give some positive signs towards Nixon. Opening found from him. Oh, Dotty TFC find 2 kills back as Becca finds 1 more to give the advantage back in EAC's favour. One will go down. That's a blind and a half from Becca. The spam and the smoke. Dotty drop. TFC 1v3 towards quads.
Yeah, ammunition might be his biggest issue. Kind of chipping away, tapping away, but couldn't find. EAC, they will win the pistol. Good pistol out of Becca.
And EAC leading things here.
When we first saw Cash kind of introduced, it was a very, very CT-sided map. It's now become a little bit more even, still CT-sided slightly, but it is
Yeah,
still.
I mean, I was expecting that to be the case.
Yeah.
When a new map comes in, if like, you default to it being CT-sided, where you don't need to learn all of these sort of finicky smokes. You don't need to learn the timings or anything.
Let me just jump in here. It's been out for a month or so, 2 months, right? It is the second most T-sided map in the pool right now. That's how quick.
Probably wouldn't be
was,
surprised if it.
it was
It's never like ridiculously T-sided. But...
No, but it was so CT-sided when it was like first brought in. It is now the second most T-sided map, which is kind of ridiculous. Obviously, that is only a span of 80 games, but still.
I mean, we'll see how things continue. I mean, the fact that EAC choose the CT side, I think, says a lot. Maybe about how confident they are at the map, how much work they've done on it. This is a force buy from Entropy that is not going to be a successful one. As far from it as you really can be. Floor is alone. Seen a lot of wall bangs on this map. I'm hoping we get to see a few more today. I still... The one... I mean, this is coming from someone who didn't play 1.6 until I played about 6 years ago. So, my journey into 1.6 is certainly not the same as a lot of people's. But the fact that everything was known to be pretty much every map was extremely wall bangable, really, particularly Nuke. But I still feel, even Go when it was removed, when they stopped you being able to shoot from ramp towards the A-bomb site through the wall there, that wall bang being disappeared still hurts me. But I do feel like this map, with there being so many wall bangs towards mid in general, and the amount of kills I've seen recently, it is nice to see just these constant kills without anyone being able to see anything. That's a nice return to form.
Well, gone for a bit of a play, bit of a speedy play here, Entropy, and they have been dealt with so easily. EAC, this is a good start. I know they've only played against kind of a force buy, a half buy, and a pistol, but a lot of bad showing from them. You look at the amount of deaths, they've got 3 deaths. Only 3 kills have happened from Entropy in these rounds.
Yeah, this is where we should, in theory, get to see what Entropy are all about, though, on this map. They're on the T side, they've got weapons in play. Obviously, spoke about Delhi's addition to this Entropy side. Don't know whether it's going to be confirmed or not. We'll have to wait and see. But he has only played 1 map of Cash with these guys. So he'll only have played 1 official in Cash in general. So although Entropy might be good at it, we'll see how good Delhi actually is at it. And that was one of the few games that Entropy have actually lost since playing and picking up this map. That's a great find though from Delhi. Becca goes down, Sen at quad has been spotted, but player sort of blindsided by anyone potentially in highway. Delhi's got so much good room. Again, finds a player in quad, ready for the player elevated up, and Delhi, like I said, how good this guy's gonna be on Cash. Seems like he's the originator of it. Great triple from him. Entropy on the board with their first round.
Obviously for EAC, they've still got plenty of money. So, a strong buy in this one. How do you think Cash is going to play on the T side, Charlie? Are we thinking it's going to be quite fast initially until teams kind of can develop what they feel is a comfortable default and I guess
No, I think it'll be
default
pretty slow,
utility?
actually, to be honest. I think it'll be pretty slow.
Yeah.
To begin with, every game I've watched with Cash, there's not really been a huge amount of pacey rounds in there, mainly because I think a lot of teams I've seen play it clearly aren't the most confident at it, and they don't have a huge amount. So it
Missed
feels like
volley.
they don't necessarily have all the flashbangs to go for this ridiculously fast plays or anything. So yeah, have to be a little slower.
What is this
Fesser is
POV
just
from
dodging
Fesser?
bullets. Dotty, you will eventually get taken down with the nade. Ellie out in middle will be towards Fesser, but he snuck away as Becker's picked up this position towards middle. But Deli's crept a lot closer than I think anyone's going to realise, so that's an easy kill for him.
Good pick back though by Becker. He'll find Tevsi. Nixon. Surely they don't expect Nixon here. Nixon will find floor. Lumi needs to trade. Miss shot from Lumi. Nixon doubles, makes it 3. And EAC. Important pick back.
I don't know if there's any utility there for the T's, just a Molotov towards quad or Molly MBK. We'll see where Nixon was playing, but yeah, it's just a little too easy for Nixon there. Finds the first one with the rifle. There's no instant second trade. Deli could have actually found if he actually just turned and looked, but he was too hyper focused on is anyone gonna sort of peek towards the car. EAC continuing after faltering slightly in the last after the heroics of Delhi. Slight tech pause on the side of EAC here though. Hopefully can just be a quick in and out.
Loving the little music we get.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was thinking of that. I was
This is elevating me.
I was casting a South America game the other day and a few tech issues ended up taking quite a while actually. So I was in a break just listening to this music. Yeah, I was kind of down for it. I feel like every map needs like its own signature song.
You've got like the guitar strum of Inferno, right? Well,
Yeah,
probably
like the
not any-
acoustic.
Yeah.
But it's like that's all I can that instantly comes to mind really. You got Overpass I suppose, but it's not in T-spawn directly. It's obviously a little further away.
Yeah, it's by the kind of the pallets now. Nice find from Dotty. We'll take down Nixon. Any music producers out there working at Valve, you know,